You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Wednesday, April 17th, 2024, around 11 p.m. Central Standard. We're back for another playthrough of the 7th Citadel, continuing the threat book Dadachaem's Awakening. This is session 4 of this threat. I am fully engaged by this game. We had a very strange session on Monday, 7 hours. Not strange, well, strange only in the sense that we spent hours going one direction and then we changed direction, went for an hour based on a theory of how to find our way to a certain place, then backed up for another hour or so. So for the first half of the 7-hour session, we were really questioning whether we were ever going to make it to what we were looking for. And then eventually we did. And we sort of were being cautious about putting ourselves going too far into too dangerous a territory. And for me, it sort of captured some of the elements that are so special about this series, 7th Continent and 7th Citadel, which is a sort of test of real-world stamina, playing these very long adventures. And there's a payoff there in terms of really feeling at risk in this world and really capturing this sense of exploration. And yesterday's session, more than any of the others so far we've played, really felt to me like we turned back at some point rather than going deeper in towards the end, because we knew we were risking ourselves, our lives, the progress we had made, and we were using a sort of philosophy of being safe. Like at different points we turned around and said, this is too dangerous territory. And it just really felt like we were clicking on the right wavelength of what makes this game special. So I don't know if those of you who are joining me for these, I don't know how well this translates into YouTube live streaming, but I am having a blast. I'm so grateful that I am getting a chance to play this game. I didn't think I was going to be able to play it because I'm not really a solo gamer. And I know that there are moments during our playthroughs here during combat where things sort of grind down to a halt. But I do appreciate those of you who have been accompanying me on this journey, and don't feel any obligation to do so, though. I'll keep playing it. I think I'm definitely fully in on playing this full threat on the channel. I looked a little at the Serious Pulp FAQ, the publishers of 7 Citadel, and on that page it says the average length of a scenario is 1.5 to 3 hours. It's been taking us about 6.5 hours to play through them. That's about right. That's about normal. It takes us a lot longer to play these games on the channel than it would in real life. In real life. But then they said for a specific threat book, the expected time is something like 15 to 30 hours. So I think that means we should expect about 10 scenarios per booklet. And this is our 4th one. So we're almost at the halfway point here. So after we do a little bookkeeping, we have some upgrades to do. And I thought we'd sort of talk about, it feels like we have to make a serious choice now in the story. We'll review that. We'll go through the new cards we got at the last session and where we are here. So we've got a bit of review to do before we jump in. As far as bookkeeping on the channel, let me think if there's anything to talk about. I do want to thank the people who have been joining the Patreon. It feels very fun to have those of you with me and doing this together. Every time I do one of these streams, I watch a lot of YouTube. I do a lot of cringe watching of YouTube channels. But one common feeling I get when I watch these channels doing their talking about the reviewer copy they got and thinking about all this stuff and how they're doing this, changing their direction in order to get more viewers, whatever. I think, how lucky am I that this can be such an outlet of just pure enjoyment for me. I do consider myself very lucky, and very lucky to have found a group of viewers and continue to find viewers that are just good people, like-minded, and that we don't have to take this seriously or worry about that stuff. And the Patreon is just another, feels like the right fit for this channel. If you want to support it, if you get value out of it, I'd love to have you part of the Patreon, but it's nothing anyone needs to worry about. And I love not having to worry about whether the 7 Citadel is a popular thing on the channel. It's fun to play. I'm meeting people that are joining me for these adventures. Couldn't ask for anything more. Okay, having said that, a couple of people on the Patreon have said that they like the channel, but they can't join for the late night streams that I like doing, 11 p.m. here overnight. Now, that's not going to change. This is the time I enjoy playing these games, but I'm completely up for doing an occasional longer daytime session. And I was thinking, I like these marathon adventures. I was thinking maybe we'll try to do like a full day marathon session every once in a while and sort of capture the marathon feelings like the old marathons used to have on TV, Twilight Zone and stuff like that. So I'm thinking maybe we'll try to find a weekend here and there where we'll play like 12 hours of gaming over the course of a weekend. And you can just, maybe you'll find one session that meets your schedule that you can join for. Okay, so let's get back into 7 Citadel. Let's remind ourselves where we left off. If you haven't watched the previous session, someone was asking me in the Discord, you should watch these in order. There's no reason not to. I mean, they are kind of standalone, but why? It's not like one is better than the other. You might as well start at the front. Okay, so our last mission, let's take a look at it again. So spoilers for the last session if you didn't see the last session. This gang has been troubling our community. This woman, Rilda, has brought a team of soldiers, and they've extorted us. They've taken lots of our food, saying that we're contributing to the war effort. And it seemed like she was operating under the false pretense that she was with this powerful necromancer. And our community hasn't been able to fight them, and so has been giving in, sort of a Seven Samurai situation, or the Magnificent Seven, if you haven't seen the Japanese original. Okay, so our mission yesterday was to find out, to Dadachaem Citadel, to find out if she really was working for that necro druid and how strong the army was. We went out. We eventually did find it. We did locate it. And I mean, I guess we always knew where it was. We just didn't know how to get there. So we're here somewhere. And Dadachaem's Citadel is in here somewhere. We tried to get onto this road and travel through here, but there is no such road. I guess that the maps we have here are out of date. Maps we have here are out of date. So eventually we got there this way, the long way, and I do have pictures of the map we built. But we found a rundown citadel, and we could go descend into it. But by that time, we were so tired and exhausted after 7 hours, both in the game and in real life, that we didn't risk it. We also were carrying around this herd of sheep with us that we wanted to bring back before we ended, and we would have had to leave them at the surface and lose them. So we played it cautious. We came back, and then we told our community what we had found. And we had only gotten one objective card out of 3. And when we did that, I wonder if we need to reread that, what they said when we told them. We basically told them, hey, we found their citadel, and we don't think she's working with them, with this necro druid, because the place is all smashed up. And it looked to us like probably that necro druid might not even be alive, although we didn't go down there, so we couldn't say for sure. So they asked us what we saw. Okay, and we said basically that the whole place is, we didn't see her body. Safe bet it's buried. Then we tell the community, Rilda and her henchmen are just a bunch of brigands. We can defeat them. So we report back. She doesn't have the backing of this whole giant, scary necromancer. We should stand up to them. And then this guy says, what are you, crazy? We're going to get killed. And then other people of the community say, no, we have to defend ourselves. So there you go. So we managed to learn enough about it to say that we think this woman threatening us is not for real. But she does have soldiers with us. Okay, and then we read the conclusion, which gave us some very interesting choices. Or not even choices so much as some foreshadowing and some directions we're going to have to choose. So the woman comes back, but it's not her. We think we see the brigands coming, but it's not the leader. It's 2 soldiers that tell us they want to come over to our side. And they basically say this woman, the leader, they don't trust her anymore. And she's she's risking their lives. So they want to come over. They say, we're not proud of what we did. We did what we had to do to survive. We're strong and we work hard. We know how to fight. We want to join you, join your community. There's some disagreement. It's 3 men, not 2. Disagreement about this. And we say to them, they say we shouldn't let these people in. They're going to turn on us the moment they get the chance. And we say to them, these 3 men are the sign we were hoping for. Others like them are waiting for us to reach out a hand. It's up to us to show them where their interest lies, which is to join us in rebuilding a new world. Words can save many lives, but if we must fight, we will fight. We'll pay the price of blood. We'll lose loved ones, but we will win. And now we get to this interesting discussion here. Okay, this feels like it's worded oddly, because this says when the soldiers show up, you can either try to convince them to turn their backs on their commander and join your community, or fight Rilda. So I don't really understand. If it's talking about these soldiers, they've already showed up. They've already agreed to join us. So I don't know why this says when they show up. It feels like it's talking about these people who have showed up. But regardless of that, or maybe she's talking about more people showing up. It's regardless of that, it's telling us now we're going to have to choose one of these 2 paths. We can choose the diplomatic option, in which case the game is telling us our provision score is going to need to be as high as possible when we get to the end of the next epilogue, because I guess we're going to have to be incorporating new people into our community, and we're going to need to convince them. Confrontation will be inevitable if you do not manage to convince a majority of the soldiers. I guess so more of the soldiers are going to arrive. We're going to try to convince them. Maybe that's what they're talking about. That Rilda's gang is eventually going to come, and we're going to have an option to try to convince them to come over to our side. So it's 2 warnings here about choosing this direction when this group of soldiers arrives. Our provisions are going to be high enough, and we're going to have to be able to convince them to come with us. That's the diplomatic route. The military route says we have to have our defenses for our community as high as possible. And that's it. So the first path looks like we need 2 things. Provisions on our community and the ability to convince people, which we're not that good at. But we do tend to carry around this person. Actually, she's not that good at communicating. Communicating, there is a skill for communicate and negotiate. We're not particularly good at that, but okay. So those are our 2 paths, and we have some upgrades. So we're going to have to think about which of these paths is right for us. And then this is telling us about starting the new scenario. And here's something I don't think we noticed before. It's actually giving us a choice of which scenario to play depending on the branch we take. So just read here. It says, go to the bread and care scenario on page 18 if you choose the diplomatic option, or if you want peace, prepare for war scenario on page 22 if we choose the military option. So we're going to play a different scenario now based on our approach. So that's what we're going to start talking about first, which of these 2 directions we want to take. Now, if you look at, we're going to talk about that as a group, but let me just show you where we are on our community, because that makes a bit of a difference. Our production is at 9 and our defense is at 5. So we're quite a bit higher on production than defense. I don't know. I mean, we brought the ballista back. We did pump up the defense quite a bit. So I don't know if we should look at these as if they're on the same scale and say our production is higher than defense. I don't know, although they do have the same max. But we're definitely higher on production. So it feels to me like there are a couple things arguing in favor for us going for a diplomatic approach. Number one, our character, our leader, is, where is he? Artham. And, oh, I think I put him in here. Arthur is a little kid who loves adventure. He's not really very strong, but there are lots of kid warriors in the world, so it's not a crazy idea for us to go fighting. But we've sort of been playing this in a fairly peaceful, friendly way. We're not super strong. We've got like stealth and agility on our hands. So it does feel like direct confrontation and fighting is not our style. On the other hand, you could tell by the wording of that scenario that this is not, the other path is not necessarily fighting. It's more of carry a big stick so that you don't have to fight. So I think it's not really a choice of do we want to fight or do we want to negotiate. It's more like, do we want to get strong enough that people don't want to fight with us? Or do we want to negotiate? We're not that great at negotiating, so I think you could make a case either way. The one strong reason to go for our negotiation, in addition to thematically, it seems like the style we've been playing, is just that our production is pretty high. Not only that, but our production is set, everything's set to go up by 1 on the next, beginning of the next phase, because we built these buildings that let them go up. And something happens when we brought those sheep back. No, not sheep back. We found a bridge. And the bridge says, if you're in the production preparation phase and you can get this up to 10, you can build this bridge, which also increases our influence. That feels like the influence down here could also help negotiation. So getting this up, this is high and this is high, that makes me feel like this is pushing us also towards diplomacy. So there we have it. Now let's see what the chat here wants to do. What are your thoughts about diplomacy versus building up defense? Let's hear what the chat thinks. And we can move towards that. We've got 2 buildings to upgrade and 2 or 3 general upgrades. So we could, whatever we decide to do, we can try to build a building to help us with that. So if we thought, for example, that we wanted to go with defense, we could build an arena, or we could build a guild and try to bump up some of our abilities. If we don't, we've got a couple things we were thinking of doing. One is this tavern for side quests. I'm not sure I really understand what the side quest cards do, because we found a bunch of side quests. Sorry, that's not what I wanted. That. We found a bunch of side quests, but there's no way for us to proactively try to go do them, it seems. We just don't know where to go. So I don't know if the tavern is going to give us different side quests than the ones we've stumbled on. Are these exclusive only to these cards, or are they possibly just redundant with the ones we can discover? We could try to, when we do our upgrades, get ourselves cards that are better at negotiating. We could try to get a market, get more items to barter with. So whatever path we take, we can help ourselves towards it a little bit. All right, let me see. Jonathan says, I'm for diplomacy. Isara says, always prefer diplomacy. Perry says diplomacy. John says, we need to use more than our 2 free build points, but we could build the guild hall, which would supercharge the destiny tree upgrade for production. All right, so it looks like we're going to be going for diplomacy. So that's settled. Diplomacy it is. We have to go to war, we'll go to war, but we're going to try diplomacy. I think it makes sense, especially because you're starting a community reminiscent of The Walking Dead. If you haven't read the graphic novel series, The Walking Dead, the graphic novel is pretty amazing. Whole big series of books. The TV show I was less enamored of. Okay, so before we decide how to upgrade, let us revisit some of the cards we got. Let's see, let's do it this way. So these are some of the new cards we got at the last session. Let's just revisit them before we get started today. This is the one where we met the bridge guy and he asked us if we wanted to help build it. And the bridge is sort of is there a better way for me to? The bridge is sort of a better way to get to the Citadel. Jonathan raised an interesting concern, though. Are we making it easier for the brigands to come get us if that's where they're coming from? But it does make us easier to get there. Maybe that still feels like the right thing to do. And it gives us more influence and an upgrade card. So that seems like that's what we want to do. So we need to make sure our production of provisions is 10 or higher during the preparation phase. I think it will be automatically because, let me just read, make sure that building does it during production phase. During the preparation phase +1. So during the preparation, this will trigger, and then this will trigger. Okay, so we're going to be able to do that for sure. All right, so that we got new. That will trigger. I just want, this is not a new card, but I want to remind us we should be looking for this. This is our personal quest thing. So keep your eye open for that. We discovered a new kind of berry that we've learned about. An edible flower stimulates physical and mental faculties. It's like a little cocaine berry. Unfortunately, if you drink too much, if you eat too much of it, you get excess. But also, look how hard it is to eat. You must be on the same terrain as this plant and return a card with the keyword blessing. It's very expensive. Oh, I see. It's not some superpower, actually. What I mean is it doesn't have us get a card the way the other ones do. This is what it does. It just lets you unblock a card. That's it. We haven't used unblocking much, but it does seem like there's some very powerful cards that get blocked that we could re-trigger them. We had a great weapon for that, but we lost it. So this is not that useful for us now. There was a cape that I don't think we made as much use of as we should have. So it gives us a cloak symbol, lets us block up to 2 wounds with it. So we should remember to use this. We got some Glimmer of Hopes and Hope Reborn stuff. And then we got a few more things. We got some sheep wool by bringing back this herd of sheep. And what does it let us do? It says whenever you take a rest action, wherever you would normally take it, doesn't let you take it. You have to find a place to take it or use a card. But when we do, it lets us take a 152 card, which I'm not sure what 152 is, but it's something like a good night's sleep. We've got our hoe, which is for digging. We found a long stick. I guess we had that before. Just reminding us what we have. Yeah, we had that before. Flail. That's a nice strength weapon. 3 of any kind of symbol gets a success. but no matter what, 2 less cards. That's pretty useful. Then we came across these spiky conchs, which you can use as a projectile. Notice the keyword there, projectile. You can also use them to make music, which you occasionally need. And it's a guaranteed success. That's pretty great. Unfortunately, once we spend it, we lose it. We did find a spear, which seems like a very powerful weapon, but it's a little hard for us. It's heavy. It's good for hunting. You draw 4 less cards, so you can use 1 more card. Strengths turn into stars, but we don't have many of those. And it breaks a third of the time. But that could be useful for hunting. But otherwise, it's a very heavy thing that we don't have much use for. This is sort of similar, except we need ammunition. 2 cloaks get 3 successes. That's pretty great, and it ignores evasive. But it needs ammunition, and we have not found a way to get ammunition yet. Now, the other bad news is we are now walking around with 9 weight. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're at 9 out of 10 weight. Got this stupid ring that we're carrying around. So, and remember, at the start of every adventure so far, because of our building, we get a weapon that's weight 2. So we're going to have to start dropping things right from the get-go, which is probably another indication of something we were saying before, which is that we need to start using our hand and our purse more easily. We're sort of hoarding things for emergencies, and we're ending up having to discard things because we're just got too much in our hand. Okay, now we also have 2 glimmers of hope and 2 hope reborns. So the glimmer of hopes we can use with our fortune teller hut to fix randomness. So those are useful to have. And for unblocking, we need to look for things that block. And these give us upgrades. So we're going to be doing some upgrades at the start of our next mission. Let me just file everything away. All right, diplomacy. So before we proceed to the next stage of preparation, we need to do our upgrades. So that's what we're about to do now. All right, so we've got 2 upgrades on the destiny tree, but we also have 2 building points that we got at the end, specific building points for buildings that we got from talking to a miner. So that's our first step here. What do we want to build? So Jonathan says if we use 2 of our building points for the guild and then 1 more of our upgrades for the guild, which we can do, although it is becoming very hard for us to, increasingly hard for us to get building upgrades here because there aren't many left, but there is 1 more we could take. In fact, it's the only 1 more we could take. So we have 3 building points we could have up to 3 building points, but we're not going to build many more buildings after that. So the guild says when you take this symbol to get an upgrade, which is here. So these Citadel symbols, if we chose to take them, they give us +2 on whatever community stat we wanted. So if we wanted to try to bump up our provisions even higher, or defense even higher, or influence even higher, we could choose these. And if we're going to choose a bunch of those, we could, for example, go 1, 2. We could take 2 of them right now. If we were going to do a lot of them, then maybe the guild makes sense. Every time we take one of those, we actually get to choose a stat and jump it up by another 2. That would be a good way to bump up our stats quite high. However, we've already invested a lot into upgrading our stats. I kind of feel like that's a very high cost to do this and this. Yes, it would build our community stats up quite high, but maybe overkill. Maybe overkill. What else? What other buildings would we build instead, though? We could get side quests, which I'm quite interested in. Our character is all about adventure. Having more side quests would be fun. And having more side quests to do a good deed might let us finally get rid of this ring. What else appeals to me? Being able to take an animal card at the pen very much appeals to me. Market for barter items. These have been quite useful. We keep running into people that want to barter with us. And being able to negotiate, having barter items to negotiate is quite useful. So I guess for me, the buildings that are most useful are the market for barter items, the pen for animals, the tavern for side quests, and lesser interest the guild, though I can see how having that might be useful. The one reason I really want an animal companion. The only reason I'm hesitant about this is if you take the pen at the start of each game, you must return your animals, and then you take a new random animal. So this recycles you through lots of different animals and guarantees you have an animal. But if we can find our own animal, then the pen is not that useful to us. It doesn't let us carry more animals. It just guarantees we have an animal each time. So I'm kind of hesitant here. I guess for the sake of adventure, I'm more interested in the tavern, though I acknowledge this will not help us, and we already have a bunch of side quests on our own, so maybe that's overkill. Isaris says the dispensary looks interesting. So each character returns their injured card and takes a glimmer of hope. Well, this would be great if we're injured, but we haven't been injured yet. We've been very careful to not get injured. So right now, this would do nothing for us. The one that would do most for us now would be the guild, if we want to upgrade these things, which I'm not convinced we do, or the pen. The pen would be immediately useful to us. It would let us bring an animal, maybe an animal that's good at strength, though not an animal that's good at negotiation. The market, if these negotiators want to trade with us, might be good. But I suppose the pen has the most interesting immediate effect. To always be leaving with an animal. All right, I'm going to let the audience make this decision. What's it going to be? All right, you can vote now. Vote for what building you want to upgrade. And if you choose the guild, then one of the first things we do will be to upgrade. We'll have to spend an extra point to build the guild. We'll have to spend one of our upgrades on a building action to get the third check mark for the guild. it would have payoffs. I mean, if we've got 6 more scenarios to go, this could trigger, you know, lots of times. It would be a good way to get these up very high. I just don't know if we need them since we have these getting them up. On the other hand, you could argue that now that we're working on this destiny thing, like, what else are we going to do but do community upgrades? I don't know. I think you could go lots of different directions. Okay. Jonathan votes guild. Isara votes guild and pen. Perry votes tavern. I guess that's 2 votes for guild. One vote for pen. For the animals. Okay, guild it is. Jonathan is the one that's been accompanying me for most of these 7-hour sessions when everyone else falls asleep. So guild it is. We're going all in on our community. It makes sense. That's going to be our focus. Community, community, community. Okay, so we are marking 2 spaces on the guild. We're going to have to find our own animal. That's our 2 building upgrades. We still haven't built the guild yet. But now we're going to spend our 2 Hope Reborns for 2 places on the Destiny track. Now, surely one of them is going to be a building space so we can finish that guild. Otherwise, it's all been for naught. So where is our last building space? Okay, so there we go. So we're going to choose a building space, which lets us complete the guild. Now, we need to remember, every time we choose a Citadel upgrade, we get +2 of something else. All right, so that's one of our Hope Reborns. That gets blocked. We've got one more upgrade. And, sorry, one more upgrade. And it seems to make sense to do a Citadel upgrade to take advantage of our new guild. Doesn't it? I'm interested in the feather upgrades too. Let me clarify something that I don't think we fully understood when we did the feathers. When you do a feather, you don't take a random feather card. You get out your world map here. You get out your world map and you look for feathers adjacent to places you already know about. So this was the map we started. This is the card we got when we started. So if we take a feather upgrade, we have to pick an adjacent place. So if we pick the feather upgrade, we would either take this one or this one. We've been to both of these areas and explored them pretty fully, so not as compelling. What did this one get us? It didn't really get us much. But you could imagine an upgrade might have special stuff on it that we wouldn't otherwise know about. And we are all about having adventures, so I think, you know, it's tempting to try to get some feathers for fun, but I'm not sure it has any immediate benefit for us. Okay, so what's our second one going to be? Probably it should be an upgrade. Now, which direction, though? We did want to sort of make our way towards these numbers. So making our way towards this number is not a crazy idea. It would let us get more building too. So this path or this path, that's a lot more building. I think we don't have that much more building we want to do, but we want to do more upgrades. Look at this feather path. 3 feathers we'd get if we went this way, but not many upgrades. Building. Well, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe we're not going in this direction anyway, so maybe we just pick. It's our closest path if we wanted another number. Maybe down this way. Don't think it really matters, but okay, so we're going here for our second Hope Reborn. That lets us pick one thing and up it by 2. All right, so Jonathan says, let's supercharge our production. So we're going to go 2 more production. That maxes us out. And now, because of our guild, we get to go 2 more somewhere else. Now, I'm going to disagree with Jonathan a little bit about super upgrading even more on production, because I think we need production and influence. So I'm going to say that our bonus 2 from the guild should go here on influence. The other reason is we encountered some people at Kel who wanted high influence. I can't remember if it was 7 or 10. So I'm keen to get this influence up. This feels like this would be useful for convincing people to come over to our side, these 2. All right, so I put our bonus 2 here. That's it. That's our upgrades. However, we're about to get yet more upgrade because of our bridge. So at the start of our next scenario, we're going to be able to do this, which would also give us another influence, which would bring our influence to 10, which I really like the sound of. The only thing I'm a little concerned about is that our defense is low. I mean, they're all going to go up by 1, though. All right, I think this is the way to go. All right, so we're going to remember to trigger this very soon. We're done with our upgrades. We're ready to actually start our mission. Should we be concerned about our low level of defense, says Perry? I'm afraid we should be. Like, even showing weakness is not a good thing. But I think it does make sense. We focused on the ones for the path we're taking most. And then we're going to backfill. So we are going to put some more effort into defense soon. Let's just try to survive long enough before that triggers. Okay, so we're choosing Bread and Cares on 18 as our next mission. We're skipping over... No, we're not skipping over. We actually are skipping one mission, but that has to do with optional thing that we bypassed. One of the scenarios in this book we don't have to play because we did well enough, I think, in a previous scenario. Okay, we are ready to start. I've already done the things to reset our hand. We've got our deck. We've got our Banished Hope Reborn. We've got everything ready. 47 minutes catching up and getting started, but that's how it goes. If you're going on a big adventure, a quest, you've got to spend some time planning, talking about getting your game plan. You don't want to just run off without a plan. All right, ready. Are we ready? Okay, we'll read the introduction. Maybe we'll we'll take a little break after we read all our introductions and do our finishing preparation. Here we go. Our next adventure, Bread and Cares. Bread and Cares. All right. Return all cards with the keyword temporary. So I think I already did that. We did have all of the blessings we had were temporary, so those got returned. Unblock all hand cards. I don't think we had any block. Shuffle all the cards and discard back into the action deck, which is here, which I kind of did. Block all cards with the keyword companion. So we do have one of those. It's her. But we've been through this before. We know how she works. She gets blocked, which I'll just go ahead and do formally. And then we're going to be able to unblock her at the beginning of the game. The appearance of strange cocoons. Oh, I thought we read this. The appearance of strange cocoons has caused great visible tension in the soldiers' camp. Rilda's men are worried, but she first sought to minimize the situation before abandoning the infected. You hope to convince the disgruntled to turn their backs on her and leave their life of violence for the comfort and safety of the Citadel. And to win them over, what better way than with bountiful harvests and an active community, united around the construction of new buildings to care for the sick and entertain the healthy. But for that you need stone, and lots of it. Rilda's troop will be back before long, and you fear you will not have the time nor the gear to carve the pieces out of the Citadel's rubble. According to Girion, a former steward of the Citadel, there is a quarry in the area of the Smoking Plain, but he does not know if it's still usable. If it is, it should be possible to send a carriage to bring back blocks of stone. But the Singing Lane must be able to support the load. That's the path on the wood on stilts. You decide to go there and find out for sure. You prepare the wagons for the expedition in case this old quarry can keep its promises. The primary goal is to convince the henchmen to switch sides. When you read the epilogue, you will need to have at least 3 objective cards and a total of 15 or higher when adding together your provision score, 2 for each objective, plus 1 for each of the following buildings that has been built: the dispensary, the sanatorium, the arena, the baths, and the tavern. We haven't built any of those. However, our provisions are already at 11. So if we have to have at least 3 objective cards, that will bring us to 14. And we're going to get a +1 provision at the start of this mission. So we are going to have 15 provisions, assuming we can get 3 objective cards. So, but it does says at total of 15 or higher. It doesn't mean we're going to get the best ending if we have 15, but we will be able to squeak out that 15. And of course, we could use other upgrades before we get to the epilogue. Those Hope Reborns come up during the game and you can use them. So we could get our provisions higher than 15. Okay, but now what's the secondary? Uh-oh. If, however, you are unable to rally enough henchmen to neutralize Rilda, be prepared to defend yourself to the bitter end. When you read the epilogue, your defense score will need to be as high as possible. You should save your strength for the battle to come. Interesting. So if you decide you're never going to be able to pull this off, you should just return to the Citadel early with full strength for a fight. All right, but we can do this. We can do this, and along the way, we could get our provisions even higher. I think we're in good shape. I wouldn't have minded building the tavern, though, but we may still have time for that. Okay. Preparation phase. Ground shiver level is at 5. That's what it... yes, that's what it was before. Set to 0 and then set to 50. So this is a tougher mission than our previous one, which is at 45. Now we're at 50. Okay. Draw 2 cards to make our hand. Okay, return all hope reborn. That's our 99s. We can unblock a companion. What was... Oh, that's our companion here. Okay, so we can unblock her for 2 life points, but the normal way we've been unblocking her is... Well, this is going to be an interesting choice now, because the normal way we unblock her is with the Arcane Well. But notice that if we don't unblock her with the well, we could take a 349 card instead. That doesn't make much sense, though. Return her. Yeah, okay. So instead of... We need to take her with us, right? But what's a 3... Oh, the 349 was the arcane energy. We have too many of those already. These are useless to us because we don't have a weapon for them. We found this amazing weapon, but unfortunately we lost it. All right, so we're taking her with us using the Arcane Well. So she's unblocked without spending any life. She's in our party now. All right. After several days of walking east, you finally arrive at your destination. Okay, so we're not doing that yet. Before we do this, we're doing our bridge. Okay, where is our bridge instructions here? Okay, let's look and do this properly. During the preparation phase, if you're at the Citadel, we are, and your provisions are 10 or higher, they are, where you can send a team to help complete the construction of the bridge. Banish a green 141 from the adventure deck without even looking at it. Okay. A green 141, let's see. Okay, there's only one 141. It's the only green one. We don't read it. We just banish it. Now we get +1 influence. Okay, so our influence is now at 10. I like influence is at 10, production is at 11. It's only our defense that's low. If we need to fight, we're in a lot of trouble. Okay, and take a 99. So I think what we should do now is we should use this 99 right away before this kicks in. And then we'll get to return it so we can retrieve it. So unless we think we want to keep this for an emergency 10 life points, which is... maybe we shouldn't. I guess it depends whether you think we're going to get all 7 in one scenario. And then if you think we're going to get all 7, then we should throw this out. But if you're not convinced we're going to get... If you're convinced we're not going to get all 7, then we should hold on to this and decide how to upgrade later. All right, let's just hold on to it. John says we could increase production even higher and take more pressure off. I think we should hold on to this. I'll tell you why. I don't think we're going to get 7. Getting 7 in one scenario is very unlikely, very rare. And maybe having the flexibility to use this to change our mind about the upgrade would be nice. So let's just hold on to this. That might be a mistake. Certainly it will be regrettable if we get all 7 upgrades. And then banish this. Okay, so we've built the bridge. It's all done. Does anyone want does anyone feel strongly that we should spend this upgrade right now and get one of these things? And we could build up another one of our skill levels. We could draw cards to get more action cards. I feel like we have enough action cards. I guess the reason to do this now is to have it built up so that if we encounter something that needs it, we'll have already built up. John says, if we get discouragement, do we lose hope reborn? I don't remember. I don't think anything makes us lose hope reborn, but it can save us from something bad. All right, that's just more confirmation we should hold on to it. All right, so we're holding on to it. You've convinced me unintentionally. Okay, 245 comes into play. So that's where we're going to start today's mission. $245. Now I see there's some specific for scenario. Okay, here's our scenario symbol, bread. So if we see a bread card, we draw that instead of the normal number. Several contoured pits yawn open in the landscape. Quarrying equipment is arranged around them. So we've made our way. After several days of walking east, you arrive at your destination. The quarry, overgrown with weeds and bushes, has not seen a worker in a long time, but squared-off blocks are still stored there. Your journey has confirmed the quickest way to get a team there is to take the singing lane whenever possible. It's time to go back and tell Girion that the site will be able to provide you with all the necessary stone. On the way, you'll make sure that the plank road is passable. Otherwise, the cart will not be able to reach its destination. This is a very strange thing. So let's reflect on what's happened here. Normally, we start out at our Citadel. Now we're actually starting out far east. We don't know how far east we've gone, but we've not yet seen this card. So we're east enough that we're in some new territory. If we look at our map, you can see we're sort of at the bend of a river. So where do we think we are here? Maybe we're here near... Oh, remember she said the smoking plain is where the quarry site is? So we're probably in here somewhere. And we've got to get back to here. The smoking plain. And we want to take the singing path as much as we can. We do know the singing path goes quite a ways this way. This is the farthest we've ever been on the singing path, because remember then we went down into Kel. So we're twice as far east as we've ever been. Okay. So we've got a long way to travel, and it seems to suggest that we'll be fixing up the singing path as we go. Now, I do want to point out one weird thing that we should keep in mind. When you read the epilogue, you will need to have at least 3 objective cards to do this. If you can't, you're going to have to fight. And now I want you to notice this. Epilogue, if you have 2 objective cards or fewer, read conclusion A. So if we don't find these 3 objective cards, it won't matter what our score is here. We will have to fight. That's a little nerve-wracking. Isara says, how do we know it's the singing path again? The singing path is the name for these walkways that have been built. They're built above the ground with bells so that if the ground shakes, you can hear it. And if we wanted to, we could read in the glossary about the singing path. Sorry, singing lane. Wooden walkway on stilts built by the Kel Protectorate during the War of the Worms to alert travelers to the presence of burrowers. Small metal bells hung on stakes driven deep into the ground ring when the burrowers approach. Although dilapidated, its structure allows it to resist collapsing. The singing lane still crisscrosses the collapsing lands in many places. All right, so we need to get 3. Keep this figure on the singing path, singing lane. Okay, so now it just tells us it's time to move east. So I guess we're going to move east, but we need those objective cards. But what do the objective cards represent? I think they just represent rebuilding the lane. Our ground shiver is at 5. And I believe the objective cards are all about building the lane out. But we're not really sure how we get objective cards, right? It just says we found the quarry. It's full of stone. It's time to head home and tell them. Along the way, make sure the plank road is passable. Otherwise, the carts can't reach the destination. So we just have to rebuild this. So keep your eye open for wood, for build materials, for build actions. Maybe we should be looking at things. If we find a way to gather wood, then we should take that opportunity. All right, let me bring out the adjacent things. We've got a 6, a 4, and a 4. And then we'll take a break. 4, a 4, and a 6. This is very expensive, ground shiver 7. We don't have enough for that, but the 4 areas we do have enough to go freely in. So let me just use my stickers here. No, I don't use stickers on these, just on the permanent ones. Okay. So, can't use zoom when it's off center. Okay. So there's where we are, and we found the quarry. All right. So why don't we take our first break, and then we'll decide if we just want to head west home or if we want to look around a little bit. Clearly this is not for us. But we could look over here, help build a map. It's always helpful to have a map built. All right. Take a break and then we'll get started. Okay, we're back. Just looking at our initial hand that we drew. We've got drop your guard useful for fighting, and on the double, useful for running. Not something we're going to do anytime soon. I was looking at the map. I guess if we had to choose, it might make more sense to come down and across, since we know Kel, and we could make a pit stop here, versus up and across, which looks a little bit scarier. We've never been up. So I guess if we have a preference, I'd lean towards it being safer going southwest than northwest. Okay. So Jonathan said, well, let's take a look at this thing before we leave here. So we're going to look at that. Doesn't require us to spend any cards. It's a 370. Let's just see what we're up against. Let's build out the map a little bit. I guess this isn't really map building. We're just going to look at this dam and see what it's about. A few bones emerge from the earthy soil. Okay. An object of value might be buried here near the skeleton. If you'd rather go on your way, discard this. Otherwise, 3-card dig. We can try our luck, which we're in control of, and we can get some stuff. All right, well, hold on a second. We forgot. We're going to get back to this in a second. We forgot to do our other startup stuff from our buildings. Already mistakes are being made. So we did these buildings on startup, but we didn't do the smithy. During the preparation, you take a 190. So we can take our weapon here. We know what it is. It's a gladius. However, we are now maxed out. We're over our capacity of weight. So before we do that, we need to decide if we want to take this or if we're going to drop something. So this is a pretty powerful weapon here. Tends to break pretty easily on us, but we're going to have to drop some stuff. We're going to have to drop something right away. So we could drop the wool, but we want to see what the 152 card is, so we're not going to drop that. We do have this heavy spear. Now, the heavy spear is just like the gladius, although it breaks more easily. But feels like it might be superior to the gladius, except that it breaks more easily. Here, let me do it this way. Okay, so we're going to have to choose. We're going to have to drop weight. So maybe we don't even take the gladius and just use our spear. Although actually this takes 2 symbols to get a success. This just takes 1 random symbol to get a success. So this is actually much more likely to get us successes. A digging hoe. Long stick. Do we ever make use of our long stick? Balance, strength. It only gives us a success on this. That's not that great. Then this longbow, we don't want to discard this. So I'm inclined not to discard that. We need to keep carrying around the Ring of Repentance. See, we should have used these earlier, so we wouldn't have to start dropping them. I guess this flail looks like the least useful to me. You need 3 symbols to get a star. So what I suggest we do is drop the flail. and it breaks easily. It's a trinket. So I suggest we drop the flail in order to carry the gladius, but then we should start using these because we can't carry around these forever. Although this can produce music. All right, so unless there's objection, I'm going to throw away the flail. Okay, so I'm discarding the flail into the path so that we can carry the knife. Let's not be afraid to use it. And in fact, we're still now at 10 though, so we can't carry a single weighted thing unless we start using some of these. So let's use them up. Let's not be shy to use them. Save our health, use our weapons. Have we been following whatever the rule is on the ring of... I believe we have, but let's take another look at it. It's got two little rules. The first rule says that you can't use reflex skills. Well, we haven't upgraded to any of them, so they don't trick in. So that's it. So reflex skills are special upgrades you can buy that sort of give you instant successes, do weird things when you reveal them while you're doing a test. We purposely have avoided getting any of them because we've been carrying around this ring from the start. So luckily there's nothing for us to do there. Okay, so we brought our knife, and now here we are. Okay, so we're going to do this. We don't need any successes. We just need to draw cards, and we don't have anything to help us with digging. So here we go. We're going to take a 13 card. So 3 cards, 1, 2, 3. We don't get to keep any of them. We throw them out. And we take a 13 card. We try our luck. We got this horrible jinx card. That's okay because we've built the fortune teller hut, which lets us get rid of this by spending a glimmer of hope card. That's what the fortune teller hut does. So we're going to turn this into a success. Now, normally it says we have to decide this. Since we invented the fortune teller hut as a variant house rule, let us decide what the rule is with this red card and the fortune teller hut. So I wrote this up and posted it. And we've gotten jinxed. So we're using our fortune teller hut. We can either get rid of a glimmer of hope to turn it into a success or lose 3 health. Now, since we've invented this as our house rule, we can decide how to handle this. There's one of these really bad ones. And normally we would discard this into the past. So the only question I have for you is, should we make this one a higher cost? Should we make it so you have to spend this and some health? And then the second thing is, should we discard this? Or should we leave it back in because we've sort of blocked it with this, so it should still be in? I feel like the right way to do it is that we've spent our glimmer of hope to sort of cancel this out, so it shouldn't go away. John says, I think a good compromise would be discard a glimmer of hope and still be able to draw it again. That's what I was thinking too. We've sort of undone this, made ourselves lucky, but now I'm going to put this back in instead of discarding it. So our rule is going to be, you only discard it when it triggers on you. All right, so now we're here. We've avoided the bad luck. So we're going to roll a die. 1. We got this 1 again. 149 card. I think the 149s are not as good as the rest. So Okay, let's see what we got with our 149. A sack of grain. A bag filled with Orient grains, nourishing cereal, which has the particularity of pleasing both herbivores and carnivores. Now, it's weighted, so we're going to have to drop something if we want to keep it. However, let me remind you, we have been searching high and low for a sack of grain. I mean, sacks of grain are how you get the animals. So I'm going to write down where we got this. And this was the 149 barter items. Now I'm making a note that it contains sack of grain. All right. So this is huge. We're going to keep this because we can use this for animals. But now we're going to have to drop something. What are we going to drop is the question. Hmm. I'm inclined to drop this spear. I'll tell you why. It's heavy. It breaks easily. It's got a bunch of keywords, meaning it's harder to combine with other items. And it needs two symbols that we don't frequently have. So it would only be triggering on wildcard symbols. And it's for hunting, which I don't think we're out here to do. It does decrease the cost of an action significantly, but it's only good for these two actions. So I think we need room to carry stuff. I'm going to throw away the spear. However, let us think twice about this for a second, because this is a weapon that doesn't get discarded normally. It just blocks. I had something I wanted to look up. Now I forgot to look it up. So when an item blocks, you still have to carry its weight. So even if it blocks, we'd still have to be walking around with two weights. Can't we keep the spear till we walk? We should probably flip the fog of war in case that's a fight. Well, that's a great point. So you're allowed to be overweight until you walk. So I'm going to keep this spear nearby. Oops. I'm going to keep this spear nearby until we actually leave. I'll keep it here so that I'll keep it here so that we remember we're going to have to drop it, and I'll mark us that we're on weight 11 so we don't forget. All right, so Jonathan had a good point. Let's look around first. We're done with this 370. Okay, that's smart. That's the little micro optimization that makes the difference in some of these games. Okay, let's look at both of our places. Maybe if we're going to get into a fight, we might as well. We don't need to go up here, but I think, and a bad thing could come here, but we're ready to fight, and maybe it'll build up the map for the future. So let's look over, well, let's look over here first. We know we're going this way. Aha, it's an unveiler. So we take a 413. No, 413 teaches you about unveilers. We bring this card out, 176. Okay. An imposing dilapidated building stands on a bend in the river. It must be the ruins of Fort Shade, a garrison made infamous after the debacle of the Smoking Plain, in which the Kellyan army suffered one of its greatest setbacks against the burrowers. So we're actually at Fort Shade. So that comes out here. And then one of our ground shivers appears on it. Unless he's nearby. Okay, so we could try to dig him up, get some item. There's the remnants of the fort. Let's look over here just for fun anyway. Wow, it is rich with stuff here. Okay, it's a piece of alembic. So immediately after it's revealed, put this piece of alembic. Okay, it's a new creature we haven't seen before. Take a 574. Boy, this adventure is starting out with an overabundance of stuff. All right, now there's no green 574. So a yellow 574 has to come out. Let me just make sure that that's right. Let me look at the banished card for 574. I don't see any green 574s. How is that right? Can that be right? Let me just make sure. 574. All right, well. So this creature comes out. He's this one here. On your terrain card. So this comes out here. And this is this guy that walks along with us and decreases our hand size. So he comes with us here. I'm just going to put this over here. He follows us. He's the teapot one. Now, what does this say? If your book and or influence score is 10 or higher, flip this. Otherwise, return it. Okay, well, our influence is 10, so we're strong enough to read this. Accounts from travelers who passed through the Citadel suggest that the alembic was split into at least two parts. A pilgrim who stopped by the Citadel told you about his encounter with one of these pieces. Without understanding why, he was followed for several days by the creature, which was animated by a residue of necro-druidic magic and carried by two powerful root legs. While camping one night near a rocky area west of the ruins of Fort Shade, he awoke to find his curious companion had vanished. Take 149, take a 49 and banish it. So we got a little glimmer of hope. That's what the 49 is. But now this is quite interesting in terms of lore. So we have a section we've been tracking for our alembics. So we're going to make a note that we found another alembic. This time the teapot alembic. What card was he on? The piece of alembic. And we found him in the 4 region. And the other snowman one we found in the 2 region. That's important because we thought the rule was going to be you have to get them all together. But this lore suggests something a little differently. In fact, it suggests an area to the west of Fort Shade, which is where we are. We are near Fort Shade here, and we need to go west. So it kind of feels like maybe now is the mission to bring this guy home. And where does it say? How does it say several days? Camping, rocky area west of ruins of Fort Shade. So this isn't specific to this alembic, I don't think. It's just general. So I'm going to write a little note here for alembic lore. Camp, rocky area west of Fort Shade. Well, I mean, we have room to carry him around for a little bit. He doesn't do anything, but I don't know why we don't get to keep that little lore card. All right, so he's on our space following us around, and 407 comes out here. "407 says, it seems you have reached the end of the crevasse that splits the collapsing land in two." Did we make it out this far before? Maybe we did. Maybe this is how we came around and went up. Well, maybe we did make it out this far. Because we went around the crevasse. Let me see something here. I'm going to look at our map. Did we make it out that far? This is our map from before. I can't quite see behind the camera. Can you? No, it doesn't look like we did. It's a different way around the crevasse. I'm a little confused by that. Maybe it's just because I can't see it. All right, well, we don't really want to go up this way. We'd rather go this way. So it's time to walk over here. Look at that. That's the Fort Shade remnants. All right, so we're going to walk over here on the path. This guy comes with us. Now that we walk, however, we have to drop our spear. We have to discard it. 299. Discard it. I guess we're discarding it into the past. It doesn't say anything else. All right, and we're not exploring this because it's too expensive for us. Now, do we need to take a closer look at this? Any numbers or anything in here? I mean, I'm curious to look at this, but it doesn't let us look at it. Don't see any numbers, but we could visit this place here. It feels like we're going to need to build a bridge across this, doesn't it? I wonder if this is going to let us build a bridge across. Let's make sure 176 wasn't a special symbol for our thing. It feels like in this mission, no. All right. Where are my stickers? All right. Any thoughts about what you want to do? I mean, if our whole thing was about building a carriageway, it feels like it would be thematically wrong for us to just cross over and leave because the carriage can't go this way. So we could either say, well, the carriage is going to go this way, or maybe we can rebuild this and get an objective. Jonathan says, let's look at 241. Okay, 241 it is. I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't how we get objectives, by building bridges. 241. Okay, there isn't anything specific to us, but I do see a gold. A house stands at the water's edge. Through the half-open door, you can see the scant furniture that occupies its only room. Sitting in an armchair, an old man seems lost in thought. You clear your throat, and the man, drawn out of his reverie, invites you to enter. I was a foreman at the smoking quarry for a long time. On the wall, you notice a drawing of a woman playing a lute. My wife. She passed away 3 cycles ago. If you only knew how much I miss her humor. She loved the song, Once Upon a Time in Calmwood. You may not take the following action unless you have a card with the keyword music. We do. So it's either a 2-4, or you need to have music. It's a 2-4 if our score is lower than 7, or a 2-2 if it's 7 or higher. Okay, so our knowledge is 6. First of all, this attaches. It's not an immediate. We don't have to do it right now. It attaches over here. We're here with this little teapot and some magical item, probably in the ruins it is. And here we are. Now, there's 2 things. First of all, let's look at our musical instrument, which we happen to have. And we didn't get rid of it because we thought we might need this. It's got a musical instrument. Now, it doesn't give a success for music. In fact, we don't have anything to increase our successes. So we just have the ability to use this card. We can only use two cards to get 4 successes. So we will fail. Even with the music, we will fail. However, I want to remind you, I insisted we not use this yet. Because I said it would be good if we had the flexibility to choose what upgrade we took when we needed it. So we could use this right now to increase our knowledge base. In which case, we could then do this and succeed at it. Jonathan says, what about our flute? Do we still have our flute? I don't see our flute. We must have given it away. Thankfully, though, we do still have our conch. I don't see any flute, though. We must have given away. We did have a flute at some point, but we gave it away. All right, so my proposal to you is that we spend our 99, upgrade our book, and then use this to get a new 99. Seems like a no-brainer here. What do you say? So we don't even have to spend this card. We just have to have a way to make music. So and we played our flute. We're going to cash in our Hope Reborn, which you can use at any time. We block it. Remember, not using that was a risk because we were afraid we were going to miss out on the opportunity to get 7 of them. But now that we waited, we can trigger this to get our knowledge level up, which is kind of fun in and of itself. All right, so we're going to choose a knowledge upgrade, a Citadel upgrade. Which one do we want? I think we want to sort of still have the option to go this way. So we could choose this one or this one. I think I'd rather take this one here. Okay. And with that, we're going to go up to in knowledge, which brings us to 8. Now, because you guys agree with, insisted we get the guild, we can now move one of these others up to. Now the question is, where else do you want to go up to? We could double down on production, or we could do what we said before, which is take care of this weak area of defense. I kind of feel like we already know we're going to have enough production to welcome these people in. I feel like the safe bet would be to not be so weak on defense. But I could also see the case being made to hit knowledge up to 10 and try to get these things up 10. I am a little concerned about this. Like, even if you sue for peace, being so low on defense is a little bit scary. But maybe we don't have to worry about that. Maybe we're peaceful people. What does the channel want to do here? We got 2 more to put. 2 more in a single place. We could also up production, assuming that we might even get a better ending if we're super high in production. Although, you know, they could come in here and if they see our defenses are low, they take over. John says we could boost defense. We have the bag of grain, which could also lead to more production. All right, we're going to put it in defense just because 5 seems super low. At some point, we're not really about defense, so we can stop worrying about this at some point and work on other stuff. But I like this. I like that this is at 10. All right. So that was our Hope Reborn. Now we can do this. Now our score is 7 or higher. We could draw now 3 cards, probably get 2 success. If we fail, we just do it again. So we don't have to be super careful about this. Okay, so here are 3 cards. Half a star. Use all of these, by the way. All right, so we actually didn't get it. We actually didn't get it. But it's really not the worst thing. So we couldn't recall the tune. So we get to keep one of these cards, which this is a great one. Let's keep Determination. Improvise is pretty great too, actually. And lets you block it so we could bring it back. You know what? I'm going to take Improvise instead. I'll tell you why. Because being able to use another card and not having to discard it and using it as in an emergency is pretty great. And the fact that it's blocked means we could come get it out. Okay, so we lost, we failed. We got to keep a card in our hand. We can keep 2 because of our destiny upgrade. Oh, good catch. Yes, you are right. We can keep 2 because of our very powerful experienced upgrade. Anytime you would take keep X, you can keep X plus 1 and you get to carry 5. Okay, so unfortunately this creature is going to leave our possession soon if we're not careful. All right, so now we're going to do this again. I think we just do the same exact thing again. 3 cards. With 3 cards, we should be able to get 2 successes. Let's try it. Okay, so in fact, we did get our 2 successes. We got 3 successes, actually. Okay, these all get discarded. We've succeeded. You know that cheerful tune. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. As you play, the widower's face lights up at the memory of happy times spent with his late wife. Discard a gold 241 without looking at it. That's something that we've seen a bunch of times. Discard without looking at it. It's a weird thing. I'm not sure mechanically what that's doing. Discard a gold 241. Wow, okay. Gold 241, discarded into the past. Take a 99. I wonder what that gold 241 was. Wait a minute. We spent a 99. Oh yeah, well, we spent a 99 to do this, but it increased our book, so it was a net benefit for us. Okay. We didn't lose our conchs because we didn't have to, and we have a New Hope Reborn, which we could spend to do more upgrade if we wanted to later. All right, and then banish this card. So that's banished. All right, well, that didn't get us an objective the way I thought it would. Let's put these cards out. We've got a 3 and a 4. I should probably shuffle these a little bit better. Three. Shuffle all these while I'm here. All right, so we could dig up the super artifact. Yes, we could. Or we could not mess with it. I mean, the super artifacts are pretty good. Just when you get cursed, that's how we got that horrible ring. All right, you want to dig up the artifact, huh? Okay. So, the creature, the Unveilers. Where's our rule about the Unveilers? Here it is. So, we could look at them for a 399, or we can dig them up for a 400. Jonathan says, dig them all up. Especially maybe because we have that ring, the odds of us getting another bad one is less. So 3 cards, we don't keep any of them. We don't have anything for digging, right? Because I did say we should use our items as much as possible now. We don't need any successes. Okay, so 3 cards thrown away to dig. Okay, we dug up. We take this guy off this space and we reveal a 400. Oh, there's a gold 400. We've got 3 more digging. That's why Jonathan wants to dig, because if we can get ourselves down, then we can get that gold. Actually, there's more for, no, there are no more 400s. Okay, here we go. You've been digging for quite a while when you hit something. Gulp. A vaporous shape full of lightning appears in front of you, a spitter, so called by peasants because of the hatred this wandering soul has for all those who live. A hole forms in its center like a toothless mouth from which a sinister shriek escapes. You think you can make out intelligible words in the middle of this cacophony. Immediately after this is revealed, read a 473. Or, if you'd rather fight the creature, take one of these. During the fight, consider the fight action to have unsettling 1 and evasive 2. If you win the fight, all right, well, we're not really fighters, and I don't like all this unsettling and evasive. I'm not sure we've encountered those before, but if we're not going to fight it, we don't need to worry about it. And our ground shiver is 5. That seems like, I can't tell, that's probably how dangerous it is, so middle dangerous. I think we should just try to listen to this guy, because we're pretty smart. We've got book knowledge now. Look at it, though. Can you see it in there? Looks a little scary. All right, let's read 473. Doesn't say to discard this, though. All right, 473. I'm a little concerned that this guy is going to poison our minds, but let's see what happens. What right do you have to live when I am dead? Hisses the spitter. How will you answer? Angry? Compassionate or condescending? I guess we want compassionate, right? Because we're all about adventures and quests, and we're ready to take on this guy's side mission. I understand your suffering, but what can I do about it? We say. And he says, how can you help me? By joining me in death. He fumes while moving through you before disappearing. Well, we've learned a lesson. We've learned a lesson. You can't help everyone. This is a real life lesson. Not everyone wants to be helped. So this guy just said, I'll tell you how to help me. You just die. So we lost 4 health points, which rounds us down to 46. This was a good lesson we learned about trying to be too helpful to things that look like skulls. That's probably a warning sign. Okay, but now, worse yet, we have to take a condition 3 card. And these are pretty bad, these condition cards. So what is a 3? We're going to find out. Ouch, that hurt. Those unveilers, I tell you, they are not all good. All right, let's see what condition we got. And this might make our life quite a bit harder here. You have a nasty wound and you're not recovering as quickly as usual. You're injured. Immediately after this is revealed, if you're already injured, take a 1 card. Immediately after performing a recovery, you lose 2 cards. So whenever we have to bring energy in, we lose 2 extra cards. And we can get rid of this with a health action, which we're very bad at. There's no chance we can get that many successes. And if you fail, you lose a life. So we're going to be stuck injured for a long time. Probably when we come home, we may have to build the hospital or whatever that thing is that gets rid of this card, because I'm not sure we're going to be able to get rid of this on our own. All right, so we put this one out. I'm going to put it on the table so we don't forget to use it. That was pretty painful, I got to say. Doesn't say, yes it does. It's a temporary event card, so it just goes into the past. All right. Well, nothing we could have done about that, right? He's not got a number hidden in him somewhere. All right. I guess we should have fought him. Next time we see that creature. What was it called? A spitter? Let's make a note. Where's our document for tracking lore? I mean, maybe it would have been worse if we fought him, but just going to make a note. Don't be compassionate with spitters. Jonathan says, I remember you got a book last time but didn't like it. And there were so many, I said you could take another if you wanted. Do you want to do that trade now? I think what we'll do is I'll live with that bad book for now. Maybe if we find a thematically reasonable place to trade in that book, we'll do so. Otherwise, I'll just wait for the next book. But maybe we'll house rule if the next book is just as bad. I'm willing to take one bad book, but if we find a library, I'm cashing in that book. Maybe we could even build a building that lets us trade in books if we want to invent something. But thank you for reminding me, Jonathan. Okay, well, let's look around, I guess. Let's look down here. It's free to do. Okay. The area, is that right? Yeah, okay. The area is divided by old irrigation canals filled with icy water. A little handprint there too, creature print. All right, so we can balance or compass to get across. If we fail, that's hard to do. 2 and 5, yikes. All right, so let me remind you how this works. This is one of these things, we've only had one of these before, but it attaches as a bridge type thing. So it stays here, and it's hard to cross either direction. So like the worst thing would be to work hard to get rid of this, to jump over it. Oh no, this goes away once you jump over it. Okay, so it's here, but if we pass it, it goes away and the 296 comes out. We don't have to do it. Now, what do we have for balancing? We do have some item for balancing. We have a long stick, which reduces how many cards we need to... Oh, no, here. So this actually would let us keep 3 cards instead of 2 and give us a bonus success. So with 3 cards, we'd have to get 4 successes. That's possible. It can be done. It would be hard. We'd have to draw a bunch of cards to ensure that we had enough good cards to do it, especially since this disappears. But this is the card for this. However, I'm not inclined to go this way if we don't have to. Why can't we look in the... Oh, maybe this is what lets us look in here. And it didn't know this was coming, because this is an exploration 4. So this is sort of a random card. Wow, a random card that's so difficult to get past. Returns all of their cards. Keyword blessing, and it still stays out. Boy, that's a tricky card. All right, well, let's look at what's here. A young woman with flame red hair sits on the floor with her back to you. No sooner do you move to greet her than she whispers through her teeth, "Not another step or I'm done for." You spot a venomous snake crawling up her leg. If you'd rather go on your way, banish this. Otherwise, you must take one of the following action. You cannot take the aim action unless you select a card with the keyword projectile. So we could shoot the snake with the arrow to get some good luck, or we can just try to reach out and help her, which certainly we can't get 3 successes with 1 card. And if we fail, it bites her. She dies. Well, we can throw the conchs at that snake. If we throw the conchs at the snake, that's 1 success, and there's no limit here. So we can absolutely kill this snake with the conchs. But then we lose our conchs. Keep that in mind. And our longbow, we need ammunition, so we're not going to be using that. And unfortunately, we don't have any of our cards here that bring us projectile strength. So I think, though, we've been talking about holding on to these forever. It's music, but now's the time, right? Don't we want to save this woman? Or we can just go on our way and let her handle it. Do we know what a 59 is? We don't know what a 59 is. 59 might be a cure. We could get some venom or something. Could be some venom. Let's save this woman. When we can save her, let's save her, especially since we're nearing the max of our weight we can carry anyway. I just hope we won't need further music. So we're gonna use our spiky conchs to throw at the snake. That's one success. We need 2 more. If we fail, she dies. So we cannot afford to fail. I still don't think we should use this. And we shouldn't use this. Because let's just draw 3. No, we need 2 successes. 4 cards. We can use all of them. Surely we can get 2 successes on 4 cards. That's enough. And if we fail and she dies, it was unlikely enough to happen. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. We didn't even need the conch. So 4. We got like 4 successes, 5 successes. We only needed 3. We lose the spiky conchs. No more music. But now at least we can carry more stuff. We don't get to keep any of these cards, but we get a glimmer of hope. 49. And we get a 59, which we don't know what it is. So let's see what a 59 card is. If we're lucky, it might be some poison venom. The young woman stands up with a smile of relief on her face. Well, that was too close for comfort. Thank you. Next time I'll choose a better spot to rest. I left Waterbank because of the fire that destroyed the dancing donkey. The tavern where I used to play. No way was I going to perform at the Black Horse. So I decided to head to Kell in the hope of finding a place where my talents would be appreciated. The community I lead at the Citadel would be delighted to welcome you. I'm in your debt. The musician replies, picking up her pouch and her precious lute. Oh, we rescued someone good. A musician. And they're going to appreciate it. Whoa! We've got a companion. Jauria. Her lute never leaves her side, and every break is a chance to strum out a few chords. So, she's got music, negotiation, and listening. For every 2 cards you choose to discard from your hand, you get a flag. That's pretty good. Sometimes we could really use flags in general, and she can do it on any test. All right, so this woman's going to be with us for the rest of our adventure, right? Oh, when you must discard or return this. But sometimes the companions, if you bring them home, they just block, and then you can unblock them. All right, so this is pretty cool. We've got a new companion. I wish she could carry some of our stuff for us, but let's put her here with the Arcanist. All right, well, that was our friendliness paid off, even though that little spirit spit at us in our face for trying to help. Jauria did not. All right, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, now what is our weight? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're actually down to 8 weight now. So we can afford to pick up something new. 340 comes out. So our friendliness pays off sometimes. A crevasse prevents you from continuing north. But we're not trying to go north. Mist swirls between the rocky pillars that rise up from the depths. Whoa, look at this place. It's that red mist. The red mist gave us good magic last time, though. So we can negotiate at 372. We can visit these pools, or we can go south. So this is here. I'm a little concerned that we haven't found a way to get any objective cards yet, and we need to find 3 of them. Now, this guy is still walking with us, but he's going to get dropped soon. Let's remember that we can't carry him when we have more than 4 cards. He's occupying our 5th spot. Now, where did it... It said west of here. When like at a campsite, he disappeared. I mean, she's not good at... We don't have any... We're not good at negotiating. So I'm kind of hesitant to go over to that thing till we're ready. Let's bring out a 3 card here, though. I mean, I guess we're going to end up down here anyway, so maybe we should walk over here. Walking is good too because it gets us more cards. All right, so I'm going to walk over here. This guy follows us. We have to throw away 1 card. We can keep it if we want, though. Strength, hand, or dodge. I'm going to throw away on the double. We could keep this if we drop our robot, but we don't want to. So we're going to keep telekinesis. It's a pretty good card. Now we have to decide what to do, though. Let's look down here. We're going to look down here eventually. Might as well do here. Jonathan says, I think you need to stick to the road. Interesting. You're saying because of our mission, we should stick to the road. We have an interesting point. Do we need to are you saying the rules forbid us from doing what I just did, or just that logically we shouldn't try to get home on this path? What's your... I don't remember any rule that said we can't do it. It says time to go back. On the way, you will make sure that the plank road is passable. Okay, so here's how I read that. I read that as saying that we are going to have to build a route of the plank road. And if we end it and the game says check back and see if you've built a road, this will not count. But we are still allowed to go here. But I think you're right. We're going to need to back up down here, don't you think? So we're going to have to do this. All right, but I think the way I feel now is let's explore while we can. And we'll have to come back to this, though, because this is the way the road goes. All right, so I'm going to look here. About 100 paces away, an individual waves to you. If you'd rather go on your way, discard this. Otherwise, have a talk with this person. All right, well, we're in the friendly mode, so we're going to have a talk with this person. We got to throw away a card, banish this, and read 547. Okay. So far, people have been pretty friendly to us, except for that horrible spirit. And we have the woman with the flute, so it feels like we're a little troop here. But if we want, someone else wants to join us, wouldn't be the worst thing. Okay, can it track this, please? Why isn't it doing it? How about now? The young man is carrying a basket full of mushrooms. Good day to you. The Council of Four has decided to inventory plants, flowers, and fungi that pose no threat to people in order to print a guide for future travelers. Now that the burrowers are less of a danger, its members have finally agreed that travel to and from Kel should be encouraged again. I have been tasked with collecting information on mushrooms. Could you tell me if the ones I have collected so far are edible? Okay, so you know what? This is the perfect guy for us to meet. Because we're like, boy, can we help you? We sure can. If you have 2 or more Capturante and or Morning Tea cards, which we do, we have a Capturante and we have a Morning Tea. So we've been doing our research on mushrooms, it just so happens. So we can confirm the mushrooms are in fact edible. So we're going to get an influence and a 99. Our knowledge has paid off. Otherwise, we say, we can't tell you, but we can tell you. Okay, so that was pretty great. Our knowledge of mushrooms paid off. We get a plus influence. Our influence in this world is going up. Pretty great. Pretty great. Okay. So we got another Hope Reborn card. And we can put back our knowledge of mushrooms has paid off. Okay, and then in this spot is a 269. We're having a pretty good adventure so far. Except we are injured. Okay, 269. Still haven't seen any mission-specific cards, which troubles me. Field of Rock Pillars stands between you and your destination. Crossing it without falling is a risky option, but it's probably the fastest. So, very hard to walk around here. But we could try to step over those things. Okay, and I see a little spike green. I don't see any other stuff here. So this is here. But now we're in a tricky situation. Like, how are we supposed to lead a caravan this way? I guess what we're saying is that we think this is going to be the way to lead the caravan. If we're lucky. If we're unlucky, we're going to have to go way above the crevice. So no point walking here because the caravan's never going to walk here. So I think we walk back. Draw a card. Do we want to keep this? Yes, this is a pretty good card. Spare no effort. Let's us add an additional card if we need it. Fighting +1. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. These are all pretty good. Are we ready to drop this robot and carry this, or should I? I guess I'm not in the mood for fighting. Let's just throw away. Spare no effort. All right. Now, we're going to have to take on this. Let me just think for a second. If we know we're going to have to take on this, would this be better? Anytime during the results step. All right, let's take this instead, since it's less fighting, more building. All right, so we're going to have to tackle this now. There's no other option. How are we going to get across that? It's going to be this card that does it. Let's just keep an extra card. Get an extra success. We have to do this, right? There's no other way. This is the way we need to go. We think. It's just surprising that this is so hard. No one else is good at navigating, huh? All right. Let's see what else we got. We got food. We got arcane energy. None of that helps us. Glimmer of hope. Experience. Hope reborn. Glimmer of hope. Glimmer of hope. Everyone is keeping your eye open for our animal spirit too, right? All right, this is the only one that's good. So this gives a success. So now we have to get 4 of our own, and we can keep 3 cards. 3 cards to get 4 is reasonable. However, we could also use this. Then we would be able to keep 4 cards. Seems overkill. But our hand is full. So maybe we use this too. Now we just need 3 successes from 3 cards. 3 successes from 3 cards. We draw 4. We're surely able to do it. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to use this just because we need to go through our hand more, I've been saying. So we're using this from our abilities, this from our hand during the gear step. So we have 2, we need 3 more, and we can keep 3 cards. So I'm going to draw 4 cards to get 3 successes. If we need to, we can dip down here and use an extra one. Okay, so there's 2. There's 2 of our 3 successes. Unfortunately, we need to use a total of 4 cards to get our 3 successes. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're only allowed to use 3 cards. So we have a choice to fix it. We can either use this to draw an additional card, but that might not be enough to do it, to guarantee it. But then we could use this one to guarantee it. I guess we should just do this now, rather than waste both of these. Although that's a more powerful card. I'm going to draw this one and hope to solve it with this card by drawing another card, and hopefully it has a star on it by itself. If it doesn't, then I'm going to have to trick into this one. All right, so I used this. It wasn't good enough because it gave me this card. Still not good enough, so now we're going to have to use improvise to allow us to use 4 cards. This was a very expensive action, but we were able to pull it off. It just cost us a lot of cards to do. and keeping none. And these were all discards, right? When they got used. No, it was a block. So improvise got blocked. The rest of these got spent. We did succeed, however. This shouldn't be. We did succeed. Wow, why was it so hard for us to cross this? How is the wagon going to go across this if we can't go across this? Because it was just a random bad event. Okay. So we got a 150 for crossing it, and we discard it. Okay, what is our 150? We're focused. At any time, we can return this and get rid of a confused, or bring a card back in from our discard or action deck. That's pretty great. Okay. So that's our blessing. This gets discarded into the past. We used our long stick. And we used our determination. That was a very expensive action. This was discarded. Okay, well, the long stick did its job. It helped us balance across. It was just a very expensive action. Sometimes that's how it goes. Okay, and now 296 is coming out. Aha! Finally. Specific to our adventure. You spot a strange mound covering an entire width of the singing lane. As you approach, you recognize a giant termite mound. If you leave it, the wooden planks will soon be too damaged to support the weight of a carriage loaded with stones. Unfortunately, look at our hand size. We've spent all of our stuff. We're sort of in a tricky situation now to tackle obstacles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're down to 7 weight. I'd like to bulk up a little before having to tackle this, but okay, thankfully we have some options here. Okay, well, let me read this to us. Whoa, look at that termite mound. Termite mound. Look for numbers. Look for numbers. Okay, so we could just banish it to get a 290, to replace with a 296 and go our way. But this is how we're going to get an objective card. How are we going to... We can't do this. 1 and 5, you're crazy. Oh, we need to be paying attention to this. This black background is telling us it's a compound action, which is the one that we can work to reduce the die on. I think we might have been missing that. We think we might have encountered that before and not realized that it was a compound action. So it says, so if we tried it and we dug a little bit and got 1 success, for example, we failed, the task is thankless as it is grueling. Keep a card, lose 3 cards. If you did not take any successes, increase the die's value by 1. Okay, so this starts out at a 5. As long as we make 1 success per shot, we could do this as long as we need to. All right, so we're definitely going to do this, because we want that 101 card, which is a objective card. So we're definitely not going to go on our way. I like how it gives us the option of it, though. Wow, we need to remember to look out for those black stars. Anytime there's a black star, it means it's this. Even though normally the blacks have compound actions, but not necessarily. I'm quite sure we missed that at some point. Makes sense, though, that this is something. All right, and the 2 people with us, unfortunately, are not good at digging. I think We do have one card that's good at digging, which I think we can keep using as long as it doesn't break. So we're definitely going to be using this to help us. And then we're focused, so we could try to go get a card from our discard or action deck that might help us. We're going to need to sleep soon. All right, so it's time for us to take a break. When we come back, we'll dig up this termite nest. We'll get our first objective card. So far, so good. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. It's time to dig out the termites to get one of our objectives. We can do this as much as we want. Every time we fail, we just lose some cards. We're going to have to recycle our health soon, too. All right, so we are going to declare that we're going to use our hoe. If we're lucky, this won't break for a couple times. We used to have something that lets us... Wait a minute, we still have it, don't we? Or did we give away our carrot? We gave away our carrot? No. Yes. Why would we give away our carrot when we have food? Did we really give away our carrot? Why don't I see it? I guess we gave it away. Well, that's strange. We do have this, though, that lets us go grab a card. And it's a blessing. We may have to lose it soon anyway. Where did our carrot... I was going to say our carrot lets us re-roll, so we could re-roll to keep the hoe from breaking, since this is a nice card to keep out. And these two ladies are not good at digging. But they do let us generate symbols. Okay, so the unfortunate part is this one. We'd love to be able to bump up that one. That card's blocked. I think we should look through this to see if there's a card that would help us dig even more. Let's see. One success. I mean, that's useful. Additional card, no. Any other digging? Where's our sheep wool? We could... Well, next time we get this card, this lets us rest and do this. This would be a good card to pull back out. Get 6 cards out. Just looking for any other digging card. Dodge, think. 2 cards in your discard. This would be a good card to use in order to retrieve this card that lets us grab 2 cards. And this one and get a net benefit of 1. The only thing is we're going to get cards as we move around, and we've got this thing. All right, I'm going to hold off on it because I don't think it helps us really right now. All right, well, we're just going to have to do this a bunch of times, but if we're lucky, the hoe won't break. What? Can someone remind me? I've got this in front of me. Is it because I picked it out from the discard pile and was thinking about getting it, or do we actually have this? I think we use this, so I don't think we have this. John says the miner traded us 2 points for the carrot. I think you're right. All right. Can someone tell me in the channel whether I just pulled this out of the discard while I was thinking about grabbing it and we don't really have it? I believe that's right. I'm going to assume we don't have that. I love a card that lets us increase the chain on a random action. But we don't have any of those, not even in here, huh? That's rough. Okay. And then we're just going to have to do this a couple times and just cost us cards. There's no other way around it. You did dig the 1 success out of the pile. Okay, all right. So I put it away. We don't really have it because I wasn't allowed to get it. I was just considering it. All right, so we're taking the dig action. We're using this card to help us dig. It'll give us a success. We want at least 1 success. I think probably there's a good likelihood with 2 cards we get a success, but it's so costly to fail that I think we need to... This is the card we want, actually, this unblock. I don't have anything to unblock it. Okay, so we're going to have to get more health. We're drawing these 2, and then we need more health. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so we're going to have to pay 8 points to bring these back, 8 health points. That will bring us down to 38. But also, 38. Also, we're injured, so that makes it harder to recover. Immediately after recover, -2. Okay, so we are... Oh, I see. I see. Okay. So I'm going to show you something that just occurred to me. Okay, so we've done a recover. We paid for it by health. We haven't done the injury step yet. Okay. So because we're injured, all right, because we're injured, we are also losing 2 cards. So there's our draw deck that we've just refreshed. Taking 2 cards because of our injury, they get discarded. Now, before we do this action, drawing 4 cards. Before we do this action, however, I'm just rewinding a little bit. Look at this. We have never used this, but look at this. Unblock a card. This is our super useful Glimmer of Hope uses that we haven't been doing. So I'm going to, well, I guess we're in the middle of this now, so I'm not going to do it yet, but I'm going to do it on our next turn to bring back the card that lets us use another card. All right, so I said 4 cards. We're only going to use 1 of them. That seems overkill. 3 cards. Surely we're going to get a single star on 1 of these 3 cards. Okay, here we go. No, yes, yes. All right, so we've done this action. We don't get to keep any of these. Now, here's what I want to remind you. Okay, so we only get to use 1 of these cards. That's what the red chain is. So we're going to choose this one. These go away. This trigger, though, so that's 2 hits, 2 successes. So this goes down to 3. However, because we haven't completely knocked it out, we have to read this rule. So we lose 3 cards, but 1 of the 3 cards we drew, we get to keep. 1 of these 3 cards we get to keep, which means we get to keep 2 because of our special experience. So we can keep 2 of these. This is useful. This is useful for a future fight. I like these block cards, though, because we can pull them back. So I'm going to keep... Well, this is pretty powerful. Let's keep this. Now, we have to see if this breaks. Okay, it was a 4, so thankfully our hoe didn't break. We'll get to use it again. Now, I suggest we take our Glimmer of Hope, we use it before we attack again to return this Glimmer of Hope and unblock this Improvise card into our hand, which is going to let us do this. So now we're going to do this again. We're going to use Improvise. And our hoe. And now we can use 2 of the cards in our hand. If we get lucky with 2 cards, we could actually get 3, 4, and kill it. So we should be able to do this. I think now with 4 cards, we should be able to kill this thing off. So here we go. We're going to get to keep 2. So actually, there's our 2. We did 3 damage. We didn't even need to use the hoe. Maybe we should have thought about that and not use the hoe. Hopefully it won't break, but we actually did good. In fact, because this hoe is so useful for these missions, maybe we shouldn't have used it, but okay, we used it. We got our successes, a little bit overkill. We've killed this, banished this, replace it with a 296. A wobbly bridge hangs over the river. The vegetation on the riverside is gradually taking back its rightful place on the arid ground. Okay. Whoa, this looks cool. All right, so, but we used our improvise. Boy, that's a useful card. It gets blocked. We can unblock it. We need to start thinking about using that more and more and using these glimmer of hopes for that. Okay, now let's see if our hoe got destroyed. Okay, it's a 6, so it didn't. That's great. This hoe is turning out to be very helpful for us. All right, so 296 comes on our board. Are those sheeps or termites? Now, what are we going to do to get across this? Jonathan says, did you take the 101? No, thank you. So we got our first objective of 3. That's awesome. We are still injured, though. I'd love to get rid of that injury. And we're still okay with this guy following us around. Now, this looks like a little mobile cart. I can't tell if these are sheep or termites. I don't see any numbers. But how are we going to... let me show you where this goes. It goes here. So I'm not sure how we follow this road. Like, Jonathan, this road just ended. Is this a mobile thing that we can put our cart in and it takes us on the river, like a riverboat? Because if not, I'm not sure that this is not, I'm not sure we didn't hit a dead end and we're going to have to go lead our wagons north. Any thoughts about that? I mean, I think we should definitely go here and negotiate with these people, even though we're not good at negotiating. And see, maybe they've got some barter stuff they want to sell. We do have some food. But we may have to back up, because this looks like it runs out here. So, and then Jonathan says we can also build our map by clearing this out. Okay, so we're going to walk over here, staying on the path. That's drawing a card. If we want to keep this, aha, this is good for us. It's our second win card. So, and it blocks. Okay, that's pretty cool. So we're going to, we've walked over there. We're going to use this right now. There's no reason not to. So we're going to do the second win action to bring 3 cards from our hand back. 1, 2, 3 into, sorry, 3 from our discard back. But then also, we are very good at sleeping. So let's see what happens. If you have no cards, oh, we do have weakness. Oh, that's unfortunate. We are injured. That makes this a little tougher. Should we throw this out in order to wait and use it when we're weak? 3 cards. It's going to be more expensive to... I think we should, because what we really care about is that wool to check it out. So, all right, I'm going to throw that away then. We do have too many, soon going to have too many cards in our hand, though. Maybe, is it better to put this like that? Okay. All right, so we're still okay here. I threw away that card. I guess I can keep it. I'll throw it away when we need to. Okay. Let's go in here. One card, and we get to look at 330. Talk to these people. Maybe they've got something for us to do that will help our mission. In front of a caravan covered in arrow slits, 3 powerful bullocks are grazing on the meager tufts of grass. Okay, the arrow slits are a little concerning to me. Whoa, look at this. The vehicle's door is reinforced with a huge lock. You admire it for a moment before knocking. You think you notice a furtive movement through one of the arrow slits. You may not take this following action unless your influence score is 8 or higher. Well, it is. Our influence score is 11. So how does this work? We have like authority. We just knock, 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 knock. All right, here we go. 228. The lock clicks several times and the door swings open. 228. Okay, and then this is here. Okay, and we still got this robot with us. This Alembic. Do they want to help this robot find his home? All right, it's only because we have good influence that we can read this. A shaggy head appears in the doorway, glancing around. Are you the one coming from Nindazar's Citadel? Come in. The interior of the caravan is plush, decorated with objects each more curious than the next. My name is Ryapone, and if I were an insect, I would be a ladybug, he says with a wink. References to unveilers, ladybugs, always eager to discover magical objects, is not lost on you. I was looking for someone for a mission of the utmost importance. Your timing is impeccable. My caravan can't go into some areas that are overgrown with necro-druidic vegetation. I only leave it when absolutely necessary, ever since an unfortunate adventure that would take too long to tell. What? Would take too long to tell. He smoothed down his curved eyebrows before resuming. I am looking for the Shield of Innocence that belonged to my grandfather. According to my informants, it is made of copper and adorned with a hallmark depicting an hourglass and a gear wheel. It is owned by a couple of innkeepers in Kel. You should ask the owner about it. Her name is Britha. Bring me this relic, and in exchange I offer you one of the items in my armory. If the quest, Britha and the Shield of Innocence, is initiated, and you are in Ryapone's caravan, banish the card that enabled you to read this and read 241. Otherwise, write down Britha and the Shield of Innocence, 228. When a card mentions the name Britha, read 231. So we've got a side quest, a rather intriguing one, and the first one that has a clear statement of how we will benefit from it. Okay, Britha and the Shield of Innocence is our side quest. Britha and Shield of Innocence. Number 228. So it's telling us, the 228 tells us where we found it. And then it says, if you see Britha, read 231. It's in the Kel. Jonathan says, I was really worried he was going to want that mirror we pawned off on that guy for a nest. That guy is going to come back to us and want to exchange his mirror back, is what I'm afraid of. Okay, so it's at a innkeeper in Kel. Well, we might be going past Kel. We might stop in. We might stop in and try to do that. And look, there's a little diagram here. I wonder if that means this is the thing he'd give us. I wouldn't mind that little rapier. Have you guys seen the, I don't know the name of it, but there's a computer game all about battling sword weapons. Like you can choose someone who's good at rapiers versus someone who's good at a long sword, and then you fight them. And it's got like one of the most, it's got very accurate sort of simulation style controls. And there was a video of an expert swordsman talking about how when the two, how the two different styles work. Like some are very easy to side slash, some is easier to, what's the name of that game? I did, Jonathan, I did write down, if we see Bertha, we go to a specific dialogue. I did write that down. What is the name of that game? It's very impressive. And the video, like I have no use in playing it, but the videos where the sword experts talk about the different weapons and watching them, it's pretty fun. They're all like, the whole game is one shot and you die basically. If one sword gets you, nicks you on the head, whatever. Okay, so it swung open and we read it, and this stays attached here. However, now I'm a little chivalry, Jonathan says. Is it chivalry? Is the game chivalry? Perhaps. Perhaps it is. Do we have an easy way to... We did this last time and it worked pretty well. Let's just see here. Show us the Chivalry on PC. Multiplayer first-person slasher. It doesn't sound right. No, definitely not. It's just a pure fighting between two people. A game comparing the sword Chivalry 2. Are you seeing this? Yes, you are. Okay. All right, I'm going to do one more thing to check this. I don't think that's it. How about game comparing rapier versus sword? Oh, maybe it is Chivalry 2. All right, never mind. We've got stuff to do. I don't know what I'm doing here. All right, so, well, let's talk about this. What do we do now? I mean, we've got this robot. We were told he likes to hang out near to the east, to the west of this ruins. There's no more road here. So does this mean this is a dead end? But then why do they care about the termites here? Is it this? Is it this direction? Are they going to go this way? Now I'm a little confused. Now I'm a little confused. Because if they can't go this way and we have to get from here to home on these roads, why does it care if we got rid of termites here? Is this where we got rid of termites, or did we get rid of... Yeah, so I don't get it. And if they're allowed to go off the road, then maybe we're allowed to go down here as long as we don't go across the river? But then you could go across this bridge. Any thoughts? Clear the fog to the south just in case. Okay. So this is a 4. We can do this for free. Let's flip it. Oh, it's this thing again. This was a little trap we found last time. All right, well, I don't know why it's making us do this again. I've already proven I can do this, so let's do it. 442 card. Let's see. Sorry. 442 is the answer card. So it wants us to take a 485 card. I'll do this once more, and then if we get these again, I'm just going to leave it to my assistant. Last time we had a B. It's a B. It's the same exact one we had last time. And the answer was 2. So I'm just not even going to bother it. I'm going to look it up. 442 AB is 2. 442 AB is 2. We knew this trap. We recognized it. We disarmed it. We take 2 49s. There's only one more 49 left, so we should trade in these soon. 2 49s. That's pretty good. 2 Glimmer of Hopes. Okay, otherwise the trap goes off. It doesn't go off. These go away. All right, well, that was a nice, easy trap. Okay, 302 comes out. The river splits in two, and one of the runoffs flows into a basin. Well, there's no way... There's no caravan getting through this. But there is a nice little citadel I wouldn't mind exploring. Little ruins of something. And then what's this we can look at? I'm sort of inclined to take our time and look at these things, but wouldn't mind getting back first. What do you think, Jonathan? I mean, surely we're going to look at this stuff. Let's just hope we don't get into any fights. All right, so let's look at this tower. This demolished tower, 281. But we need to get about our business soon and figure out how we're going to get out of here. Oh boy. Where was this? Here? So I've already committed to looking at this. So that means I walked on here without even thinking about it. All right, so I'm walking here, drawing a card. Intuition, which we can keep until we walk. Then we have to either get rid of the robot or get rid of this. All right, now I walked in here and I looked at this tower, and look what we see. At the foot of a ruined tower, a sign reads Stone Heap 36. Unfortunately, a chip in the stone makes the rest of the inscription illegible, and you cannot know just how far you are from the city-state. But now, here we go. Gulp. A reptile is lying on a rock, basking in the sun. You think its flesh is edible. For want of a better way, you could hit it with one of the rocks that litter the ground. So we don't have to fight this guy if we don't want to. If you'd rather go on your way, you just discard it. Otherwise, you have to fight it right now. It's a projectile that could hurt him. You can draw as many cards as you want to get 4 successes. That's pretty easy. However, look at what happens. It's a 535 card you're getting and a 5 card. The 5 card is the food, so that wouldn't be bad. You also get 5 more cards, so it's a bunch of energy. But in either way, you get a 535, and he runs off. So he doesn't want to fight us. $535. It's not a 535 is not a condition, so I don't feel like he's gonna poison us. But I have a little bit of hesitation here. Jonathan says, does this creature match our birthmark? I'll tell you why the answer to that is no, because our birthmark is only about, look what it says. Oh no. The number of your terrain card plus 145. You're right, it's terrain card. Okay. If you reveal a card image resembling your mark. He's kind of a lizard. And he's kind of peaceful. But I really think it's not close enough match. But let's see what happens if we try. So terrain plus 145. We're on terrain 302. So if it is this plus 145, it would be 447. I do not think so, but if it is, Jonathan has earned himself MVP. So 447. Let's just look. Well, there is a 447, but it would have a question. It would have a thumbs up. So that's not the answer. It's not going to be that. I mean, I could take a quick peek, but no, it's not that. So here's the problem I have sort of psychologically. He's just a peaceful little creature. He looks mean, but he really doesn't want to fight us. He'll just run off. So we could skip killing him, but we know if we kill him, we just get some food. I wish I knew what a 535 was. We don't know what a 535 is, right? Could hit it with one of the rocks. Maybe the 535 is going to be like his mother comes back to fight us. I don't know. What do you think? I'm a little hesitant, but maybe I'm just being too soft. It's an easy kill. We get food. We get rest. Jonathan says, I'm fine with leaving. All right, we're going to have a vote here because I feel this is a moral question for the group to decide. Here's your choice. We sort of know the outcomes. We can either completely disregard him and get nothing, or we can kill him, eat him, and get get health, get energy back, and get a 535, which we have no idea what it is. But you get a 535 whether you scare him off or eat him. So it can't be like 535 is his skin. But it could be you feel bad. Could be like a feel bad card, or it could be now you're hunted by his mother. Okay. Wizards eats bugs. He may help eat the termites. Isara says leave him be. Jonathan said leave him be. Anyone feel like we should eat him? If we were desperate for health, I would eat him. I'm not going to not eat a creature if we're dying, but I feel like if we're full health, I was so scared of him. He's just lying on the sun. All right, we're not going to eat him. 2 people vote don't eat him. We're not going to eat him. But what we will do is we're just going to let him go on our way. We're going to go on our way. But we can meet him again in the future, 535. I am going to make a note. So I'm going to write down that 535 from Wizard. What is it? All right. So we'll try to remember to figure out what a 535 is. Then we'll know if we see a wizard again, whether we should leave him alone or kill him. Okay, so I walked down here even though I kind of didn't want to, I kind of wasn't thinking about it. So I think while we're here, I'm going to look at this dark, brackish area just to explore. But then we're going to have to figure out what we're doing. Is this the wrong direction? So we're looking in this area here. The thin shells are visible on the rocks breaking through the surface of the water. They look edible, but you have to pry them off first. They're little barnacles. The rocks they're on seem very slippery. So, wait, what's happening? Why does it say go your own way? Oh, it's just go your own way. Yeah, okay, I see. So this is just an optional encounter if we're desperate for food. So we can try to get some extra health by eating. It's not locked, so we could absolutely do this without much trouble at all. Keep a card, draw 6. It costs us like 3 or 4 cards to get 6. That seems like might as well. All right, well, we might as well. So I think we need 3 successes. We can draw 2 or more cards, or we're going to get 6. So 4, 6, and we get a card in our hand. We already have too many cards in our hand, but maybe we'll get the cards we want. Feels like with 4 cards, we should probably get 3 successes. But if we're wrong, we get injured. It's a very easy test, but you could. All right, I'm just going to do this. Then we'll surely do it. And then we can use as many cards we want. We don't need. No, we don't. We don't need that. We can get 3 successes with these cards. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. There's our 3 successes. Oops, sorry, you can't see that. Okay, there's our 3 successes here, plus a bonus. We can keep 1, but because of our ability, we can keep 2. Now, we're already maxed out our hand size, but at least this way we can have more choices. This is not a bad card to take to make things cheaper for us. Choose 2 cards from your discard, add them to your hand. Well, these are all good cards, but not good enough. I have to throw away a card. This is why we should have done this sleeping action. Okay, I'm just going to throw these out. I'm going to throw away this sleep. We'll come back. We'll do it next time. So we're still here. We did this. We did this. And now 6 cards come back to our deck. Oh, a little bit of a net benefit of energy. Weird encounter here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And then this goes away. And here we are again. We could look at this again to keep searching for stuff, but I don't feel like there's any point. We could search in here again, 281, to see what more we find in this castle. Maybe let's do that. Let's look in that castle again. Let's see if there's a card for us in there. There is another one. Am I pushing our luck? Are we going to find another Stone Heap 36? Whoa, look at this. This discovery soothes you. The world of before will never completely disappear as long as its vestiges remain. Immediately after this, if no character has any keyword weakness, take a 49. Unfortunately, we do have a weakness. Any character may apply the following effect from the terrain card this is attached to, or from a terrain card adjacent to it. So we can explore by drawing less cards. Now there's a number here, so I'm going to take out card 36 and see if it triggers. No, it doesn't. All right. Stone Heap 36. So that was interesting that the first time we saw a lizard, unfortunately, we still have a weakness and we don't know how to get it. Get rid of it. And this isn't very useful for us. The only thing we could do is just attach these. I hope the channel is thinking about how we're going to get back on our road for our mission. We're sort of playing with fire, wasting so much time. So now that we're here, I'm inclined, this lets us explore cheaper, but I don't think we need to. But if we're curious about building out this map for next time, it would be free to explore here and free to explore here. Now I say free, but we should acknowledge that these often have things to fight. So, well, this is a weird card. I think this, unless we think we're allowed to take the caravan this way, we shouldn't be looking around here. Even though they're free, what if they're monsters to fight? Conan says, I guess the question is, do you want to clear the really expensive fog of war east of where we first started to see if there's an objective to repair that part of the road? Isara says, I wish we could have just eaten his tail so the lizard doesn't die, but we eat and gain strength. It's true. I feel like I probably should have slept and recovered. I don't know. Okay, let me do something first. We're going to have to start throwing away cards. So I'm going to use this right now first. Top 3 cards of your action deck, put them back in the same order. I'm not going to be carrying this around. It does help us know if we can pass the test, but I'm just going to use this right now. So I'm going to take the top 3 here. We're going to look at them. And then we're going to, oh, that's asleep. Okay. So what we're going to do here is, now we know if we could draw and use 3 cards, we could get 3 successes. So we're going to do something that Greg and I frequently do in these kinds of games. When you're allowed to look at it, and it's just a matter of remembering or making a note, I'm just going to put them at the top here, face up, because we've seen them, we know what they are. Okay, so the next test we make, we can be very efficient about. And I wanted to do that because we're already maxed out hand. There's no point in not doing that. All right, now, so we have to decide how we understand this mission. It seems like, well, it did at some point, looked like we weren't going to be able to take the caravan on this route because there's no more Singing Lane. And the mission told us, it seemed, although it's a little ambiguous, told us to go back on the way, make sure the plank road is passable. The plank road is passable. So I don't understand if that means we're allowed to go off the plank road, or the plank road. Are we not even on the plank road? Are we on the Singing Lane? And is that different than a plank road? There's no entry for plank road. But we got an objective by clearing termites on this road, on this thing. So it sure sounded like that was what it cared about. But are we to infer that the caravan is allowed to get off this and come down this way? Or go across this bridge and come this way? Like, I don't understand what the rules of this are. Or do we think, okay, the Singing Lane has run out, now we have to go this way? If we see another objective down here, we'll know we're on the right path. But I just don't know what the game wants from us. Let's see. Ruben Carranza Carazana says, I feel the scenario wants you to go west back towards the Citadel versus further east than you started. Previous scenario shows Singing Lane further west. I think the same thing. The plank road is just describing the Singing Lane. I agree with that. I agree with the part that the plank road is probably the Singing Lane. The question is whether, I mean, something about this doesn't make sense because we got an objective by clearing out termites here. But if we're saying that the caravan can't go this way, then why does it matter if we got rid of the termites? Why does that help our objective? So now I'm thinking that maybe the caravan will travel on the Singing Lane plank road, but could also go off it onto some hard road, and that it can go this way. So here's what I'm going to say we do. Jonathan says I'd go north. Well, Jonathan, you got us trying on a goose chase, trying to catch that trying to catch that road before. So whoever you're trusting as your map guide is not helping. Here's what I'm going to suggest. We know Kel is coming up. It helps our side mission we're on. And we've not explored this. So what I'm going to suggest is that we keep going this way and seeing if we can't catch an objective. If we can, then we know we're in the right direction. Worst case, we're still exploring. And maybe we get to Kel. And at some point, if we still don't see an objective, then we may have to back up and go north. But it is true. Let me do one last thing before I do that. Let's look at our maps from before, because we did go around the crevice last time. And when you go up around the crevice, well, the thing is, if you go around the crevice, above the crevice, which is where we'd have to go if we went north, there is a bit of Singing Lane there, but it doesn't continue all the way west. So I don't think we're going to be able to catch a Singing Lane up there. So I think that just confirms my strategy. I think we're going to trust that the caravan can go on this hard-packed road. Either across this bridge. Here, it makes sense. You go here, you go across the bridge, you skirt along, and then you go down here. So I think we're going to continue exploring. We can take a bridge across the crevice to get back home. It's true. John says we took a bridge to get across the crevice originally. Yes, we did. But I'm just saying I didn't see any Singing Lane out there. All right, so we're going to explore here. It's free for us. Okay, let's see what we got. You wade across a river. That doesn't sound good. Look at your timepiece. So look at this. It's telling us to look at the real clock on the wall. And if we're playing during the day, nothing happens. But if we're playing between night, between 11 and 7, which it is, then we're here. So it's a 4 and 4 or a 4 and 8 if the total weight is 9 or more. This feels like this card feels like it's against us. This makes it much harder for solo players. Oh no, because 9, it scales up. Okay, but let me see our weight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're actually only carrying 7 weight now. So it's this. It's 4 and 4, and we can draw as many cards as we want. So this is not a hard test for us. None of our people are good at maritime stuff. Okay, so 4 first. Oh, and in fact, we know that the top cards, what they are. So we know with the first 3 cards, we're going to get 3 successes. We just have to get 1 more. We really don't want to miss this, but with 2 cards, we can use as many as we want. We will surely succeed. Now, would we rather use something here? I guess not. All right, 2 cards. We just need to turn one of these into more success. Okay, well, there we go. We've got it. We've got more successes than we need. We're almost swept away. Keep 1 card, but we're allowed to keep 2 cards. Here's our sleeping again. All right, I'm not going to make this mistake again. I'm going to have us rest here. I think there's some logic to that. And then here's our emergency fight. But I don't think we need that now. I'm going to take this. I'm going to throw this away. I'm going to keep this card. And what was that we just did? Was this one, right? So 3, this was our 4. All right, so we did this. We got away okay. 333 comes out. But if we're wading across a river, that does not sound like the caravan is going to be able to go this way. Whoa, look at this crazy town. Look at this crazy place. Like eggplants. Any numbers? Hard to walk. All right, well, no caravans going this way. Weird place. Okay. So this goes here, but it's good for us to build our map for next time. I am not inclined to walk on here because it's hard to walk off it and there's no reason for us to go this way. So, but what I am going to do now, since we're filling up our hand, I'm just going to use this. We're going to take a nap now. We're going to get to put 3 cards back because we have our sleep wool. This triggers, but we're weak, so we don't get this. Now, the first time of this, I avoided taking a nap, but I think the reason to do this is I'm afraid it's going to be hard to get this back. So we're just going to recover some health, but we'll block this card, which means at our own discretion, we can unblock it with a glimmer of hope. So having a card blocked is kind of useful in that you can bring it back when you need to. Not for free, but you can bring it back when you need to. So I'm taking 3 cards back into our action deck. And the sleeping got blocked. We can bring it back out when we need to. Kind of a shame that we didn't get to use that before he got injured. I wish there was a way for us to get uninjured. What is the building that uninjures us? Not that we really have the ability to build it. It's the dispensary, but it only helps us when we leave town. Okay, well, I still think that the caravan could go this way and possibly down into here. So let's look at this. You're walking along a rushing river when you see someone struggling not to be swept away by the strong current. If you rather go your way, we just discard it. Otherwise, we can try to rescue them. If we had a rope, we could do it easily. Otherwise, draw 2 and get 4 stars. Well, that's not really possible for us. That's not really possible. Now, I throw away a card that should have been blocked when I used it? I thought that other card was... Look through this for a second. Because that card we recovered and used... Oh no, it's down there. Okay, so we could bring this one back out with our Glimmer, which is a +1. This is such a powerful card, actually. And then +2 if it's the only card in your hand. You could see how in a pinch you could throw away your hand just to get a +2. All right, so we could use a Glimmer of Hope. to get that back if we really wanted to do this. Three cards. Oh, it'd still be very hard. I'm afraid we gotta let this guy die. We're gonna let this guy die. He's just a random thing. We can't help him. We can't help this guy. We just can't do it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guy. We just can't help you. It's not going to be related to our mission. Okay, 247. There was just that. The only way we could pull that off is by hugely disadvantaging ourselves. It was just not feasible. The remains of an imposing building, a large part of which has been washed away, stand on a shoal of what you think is the gurgling river estuary. I know probably someone in the channel feels bad about leaving that guy to drown, but we can't save everyone. We can't save everyone. We die ourselves if we try to save everyone. Whoa, look at this castle we found. That's exciting. It's collapsing into the sea. However, I don't see how we get a caravan through here. But boy, that's tempting to explore that place, huh? Okay, here's the thing though. If my theory about the caravan getting through is it could go here, come across here, and then go this way. Or this way like this. So I still think a caravan could get through here. But don't you want to check out that castle? Cody says, should we focus determination back from the discard? I mean, determination, I see that card we just got. Should we focus determination back in? It is a great card. We do have room for it. We have been talking about how holding on to these is dangerous because we could lose all our blessings. The question is whether we do this preemptively or do it when we need it. I'm going to put it off for a second just because we have a full hand. We don't know what we need yet. It is a very powerful card, but I'm going to hold off a little bit more. You might be right. We might regret it, but I'm going to hold off, especially since we're going to get a new card from walking. So I still feel like we need to go west more to verify whether really this is the wrong way to go. Oh, to help with the drowning guy. To help with the drowning guy. All right, well, he would have given us a nice side quest. We'll meet him again. We'll meet him again. Okay. Unless you guys really want to do it. No. We need that for our mission. We need that for our mission. All right, I'm inclined to go west and still see if we can't find a way for the caravan to get through. It's a little scary, but we could use that card to get in our running card. It's not that hard to go back up here. So I'm going to take us left. Draw one card. We can keep it. We might as well. All right. I want to look in that castle. I cannot pass it up. In fact, I'm really hoping that this robot wants to live there. So 293. But before we draw 293, I think we have to take another break. This looks like it's going to be a long mission. I cannot tell if we're going in the wrong direction or not. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Jonathan says he's a little nervous about us stopping in this castle at night with the downpour outside. That's a good recipe for getting yourself killed in a movie. So I want to give you my new theory. We've been wondering, like, the objectives are clearly clearing paths for the caravan to go across the singing path. And the goal said for this mission that it wanted us to go back, tell them that the site will be able to provide you with all the necessary stone. On the way, make sure the plank road is passable. Otherwise, the cart will not be able to reach its destination. We followed this plank road, which we think is a synonym for the singing path, singing lane. And the situation is it's broke. There's no path in this areas. So we're not sure if we have to go back. Here's my new theory, though. I think maybe the way we should interpret that is that where there's a singing lane, where there's a plank path, we should assume that the cart must travel over that because it's unsafe not to do so. In other words, this region is unsafe, the path or unpassable by a caravan, by a cart. So if there's a square that has a singing lane, we should assume that the cart must move over it, and therefore we should look for any obstacles. However, where there's no singing lane, we may assume that it's a safe traveling method, a safe traveling area, and that we can travel a cart as long as it's not across water. Jonathan says, real quick, could the stone heap card really be 360 something instead of 36? Well, it's an interesting thought. I did look up 36. Jonathan is saying, might that be hiding a number that we would look up? But how would we know what number that is, Jonathan? I don't see any way for us to know what number that would be. It says stone heap 36 blank blank blank. Unfortunately, a chip in the stone makes the rest of the inscription illegible. I mean, we could look up 360 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Is that kosher? Is that a lie? Should I look at it? Maybe I'll look it up, and then if I see it, then we'll maybe think if there's a way to do it. Let's see. Whether you consider this cheating, I don't know, but there are no thumbs up on any, so I guess not. That's a good idea, though. All right, so this goes back. What do you think of my theory about the caravan travel? All right, let's find out. We're going to keep going west, but first we're going to stop off in this cat. Are we? It's a little dangerous. Or should we stick to our mission and not leave the castle? No, we got to go to this castle. I got to see what's in there. Draw one card. We don't get to keep it. 293. I cannot resist going in this castle. We might regret it, though. Seems the only way to reach the building is to swim across. No, I changed my mind. Can you please let me change my mind? Okay, we don't have to do it. Passage is especially treacherous between the shoals where the current is more powerful. We reach the... so we could take a maritime test. 3, get 4. And we could go in it. Otherwise, we don't have to do this. Okay, so let's just put this here. I do see that our mushrooms are on it. Jonathan says, Jesse, there are mushrooms. Yes. Okay, so we're going to do the mushrooms before we leave. We eat it. So we take a 220 run. Remember, some of these are poison. But in the past, we've eaten them. All right. So here's our 221s. We're going to eat one. It would be nice to have more to eat. Let's see what we've got. Munch, munch, munch. It's bitter. Ugh, is it too late? All right, well. Take a 13 card. We'll do that. Then we'll decide if we want to undo this with one of our glimmers. Okay, let's see if we get lucky. If we get lucky, we get a glimmer. If we get unlucky, we're in trouble. All right, here we go. You're jinxed. Okay, so now we have a choice. We can use a glimmer. Actually, we use a glimmer and we get it back. I guess that's what we should do then, because we don't want this to happen. 6, discard 2 fewer for each fist. You discard. We only have 1 to do. That's a lot of cards. 2 fewer. It's unfortunate, though, because otherwise we would have enough glimmer for an upgrade. But, alright, well, what can you do? Damn poison mushrooms got us. So, I'm going to throw out a glimmer, and then we get 1 back. So, we got nothing from those mushrooms. Is there a rule about Is there a rule you could you keep eating as many as you keep trying to eat? We could keep trying to eat those if we wanted. That feels like cheating though, because we could always discard it. Well, we're gonna say we could only eat them once we get sick of it. So this stays attached though. Well, okay, we're not gonna try to cross over there. It's not it's too difficult for us to swim across there. We're not good at swimming. But let's go over here. I still think that this is the route the caravan's going to take, across this bridge, down this way. So I think this is where we're going to end up going. Let's see what's over here. Aha, we know about this stuff, don't we? This is the arcane magic. We need a goddamn weapon that uses all this stuff, though. Wisps of pinkish smoke escape from a hole in the ground. If you'd rather go on your way, discard this. So, or we could pick it up. So we could pick it up for some arcane energy. I guess we might as well. Or we could leave it to do a hand test on a nearby area, which isn't really going to help us. So I say we just get rid of this for 349, which is going to be more arcane energy. There are no 349s. We've got them all. We really need a weapon that can use them, I'll tell you that. If there's anything we can build that uses that arcane, it would be nice. Okay, and then 238 comes out. I can't believe we've been playing for 4 hours. Doesn't feel like we've made much progress, but it also doesn't feel like much time has gone by. 238. Let's see what we've got here. Whoa, what is that? What is that crazy thing? Go take a look at it. Definitely does not feel like we're accomplishing our mission, though. I'll tell you what, though. I feel like we need to get more serious about... Check, Jesse, did the fissure just give you some symbols on any test adjoining cards? That's what it did. That's what the fissure did. If you were to leave it out, and then doing tests adjacent would give you these cards, but then you'd have to walk around it instead of through it. So if we had a test to do that needed these, then we would have left it out, but we didn't have any tests that needed those. All right, so here's what I'm thinking. Like, we walk here and then walk here, because I think this is the route that the caravan will have to take. Or actually, it could go this way, if I'm right. Comes down here and goes this way. Ruben says, did you read the back of the card? Did I read the back of this card? Oh, you're right. Maybe I did. Kells Column, thank you. A monument once erected to immortalize the greatness of the city-state emerges from a basin where the gurgling river, connecting the bottomless sea to the great sea, rushes. Gurgling river. So let's look at our map, actually. So look, there's the gurgling river. There's the gurgling river. And this is a monument to Kel, which is down there. So I think this is what we found here. We've encountered We've gone left from Port Shade. We've crossed over a bridge. So maybe we're down here somewhere. Okay, so it's a monument to the city of Kel, which we're sort of on our way to. I'm concerned we haven't found more objectives. We cannot go home without objectives, otherwise we're gonna have to fight. So the question is, you know, there's all that plank road towards our city when we get closer. So it may be that most of our objectives are closer to home. We did this, but we didn't do this stuff here. Let me put the rest of these out. I mean, there's a 2. No, there's 3. There's a 3 here. There's a 3 here. Let me move all this stuff. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure of my theory about this path being right. I'm just gonna connect all this stuff so we can keep everything. We've given up going into the castle, but we can now head this way if people want to look at this monument. There might be some writing on it. Well, surely we're going to head this way, right? Because we don't need to mess with this. So let's walk over here, and then we'll decide whether we want to go left, up, or look at this monument. So we're going to walk over to here. Walk card for walking. During the reveal step, draw 1 extra card. That's pretty good. I don't like this sneak attack, so I'm going to throw this away and keep this. We're still walking with this robot. Is this where the robot wants to live? We were told he wants to live in some camping area. All right, well, let's look around. What we want to do is find more road. I'm going to look up here. Let me look here first. This is our this is the path we would take if we cheapest path. Okay. Ruins of a building stand before you. Perhaps there's some valuable object buried under the rubble. Could go our way. We could dig. Try to find something. Either a trinket or something good. What's our 449s? 449 I do not have written down. I think 449 might be book. Yes, it's a book. So there's a book in this rubble we could get. Oh, but look, we have weakness. So 7-3. So it's still easy to do, but it's more work. Boy, I wish we could get rid of that weakness. 7-3, huh? What's our hoe? Our hoe does not help us here. It doesn't let us draw less cards. But do we have any card we could use to let us draw less? For digging. We need a generic draw less card. I think we might have one somewhere, but I don't see it out here. Well, you know what? Those, I mean, the good thing about the book is it's just useful for this scenario and every future scenario, because it's not an item you have to wait and carry around. But it doesn't seem to me 7 cards. That's a lot of cards. I think I'm a little nervous about this mission. What do you think? Do you guys want this book? Or should we just move along? 7 cards. That's a lot of cards to spend. Especially since our weakness makes drawing cards even more painful. You know what? We don't have time for... We've got 38 health, so we have a lot of health. On the other hand, the more important resource for us is real world time. It's been 4.5 hours. Well, Ruben says, "Oh, you're good." Remember, if you know extra information about this battle, you cannot reveal it. You cannot give us hints like that. But maybe you're just saying in general you think 38 is plenty else. But that's because we're playing on easy mode. Ah. You want a book, huh? Okay, we're going to go for a book. But I was not happy with my last book. But, all right, 7 cards. Boy, that's rough, though, 7 cards. 6, 7. You don't even get to keep any. I really don't know if it's worth spending 7 cards to get a book. You know what? I can't do it. I can't do it. We can, if we get to the end and we've got plenty of time and health, we can come back and look for books, but we cannot be getting books for 7 cards. So I'm just throwing away. I'm trying to be sensible. Can't do it. Can't do it. But you're right. I think you're right. I think we have plenty of health, but I have to still logically say we're not digging through for some book that could be worthless. Okay, so that was that. So 68 comes out. Feels like we're getting into easy territory here. But we still have not encountered missions. I mean, for all we know, we're going to have to go all the way back here and start again. So until we're sure that this is the route, I'm going to have to be cautious. Plateau is covered with a multitude of large reddish squashes, which encircle a modest hut and its vegetable garden. Okay, so we've reconnected with an area we know. We know about these people. We went and helped them. And we know Kel is down south from here. If we talk to these people, I think we're going to have already helped them. Let me just see if there is a 165 at all. I think we already helped these people, and there's nothing for us to get here. 163. Yeah, they're already helped. They're already on their way. So the nice thing is, the more interesting thing is, we now have connected this up with our existing map of the world. So we could sort of see what else is here. So look at this pumpkin patch, and now I'm going to bring up the map of the world. So there's our map of the world. I can't see all of it behind the camera. Where is our Kel map? It's here. I think the pumpkins are just north of here, maybe. Oh, there we go. Okay, so there's the pumpkins you see right above me there. And then directly south of them is Kel. But more interestingly, directly to the northwest, we get back on the plank road to the city, to our home. And it may be that there are obstacles now on that road because we're on this mission. So I think our smart thing to do now, especially since it's such easy walking, is to walk that plank road and see if there are any obstructions on it. If there aren't, then we know we've done this wrong. And if there are, then we may be done early and maybe we go back and do some more exploring. Okay, I feel good about this. So we want to go this way here. We're just going to head straight for home on the plank path. Try to clear any obstacles on the road. If we can make the path, get our objectives, then maybe we'll explore a little bit more as much as we want. So I'm looking up here. And we can come and look at some of these citadels and monuments and stuff. Okay, so let's look here. Okay, it's another unveiler. So we reveal what this is, which is 191. Now, Jonathan has been saying, having laid all that out about getting to business, there's some reason to look at for all the magic now. You're obviously in the area that was once called the 84 Hills. Nowadays, only a few hills remain, surrounded by a forest of ferns. So take a look. There's the 84 Hills right in the center. That's where we are now. Okay. Most of them are gone. Let's see, though, what we see here. So we've never seen this before. This is right to the east of area we have seen. This looks a little dangerous. That looks a little creepy. What's the word I'm thinking of? What's the looks malignant, malign force here? I don't see any numbers. Certainly not getting any caravan through the center of that. But looks like you just walk around the outskirts, although there is something to look at up there in the north. All right, so let's put this out. I think our logic still holds. Let's get on the singing lane as efficiently as we can. Let's clear it of obstacles. If we don't find enough obstacles to clear it, then we're going to have to head back out. In fact, maybe we could, if we don't find obstacles, but we know there has to be a route from the city, then maybe we reverse engineer it and go from the city and try to get back out to here. I mean, from our home and try to get back out here. So connecting back with our home makes sense. So we could walk up here and then walk here, but oh, I guess it's a +2, +2. But we might as well go here. If there's something horrible here, we can go this way and skip it. But if we're here, we can't. So we're going to walk over here. Pay a card. We can keep this if we rather have this. If we have projectile, but we don't have our projectile. This one, there's a couple combination of cards. Oh, Unveiler. Yes, there's the Unveiler. That's a good point. You want that Unveiler. Okay, so we're going to change our mind. We're going to walk up here and get the Unveiler. Everything else stays the same. This accurate shot works really well with the card that acts as a projectile. And since we might be fighting, I'm sort of tempted to keep this one. I am going to... I think strength. Okay, I'm gonna switch Arcane Shock for this one, hoping to get our... Or should we get rid of this guy and keep this extra card? All right, hold on. I know this is painful, but he likes to camp, this creature, we're told in his story. Where was there any campground in this area? I remember there was a camp somewhere. I hate to get rid of this guy and then walk onto that camp. Remember that evil card down in the lower left? Was there a campground? I think I got to get rid of this robot. I mean, what's the point? All right, let me bring out the Unveilers. I mean, why am I carrying this robot around with me who's reducing my hand size? What does he want from us? The thing said they camped somewhere to the west and then he disappeared, and we are heading to the west. But was there a campground somewhere? Can I just get rid of this robot so I can carry more things in my hand? Or do people want me to keep carrying the robot? I feel like these robots, we gotta wait till we know what to do with them. I'm dropping this robot. What's the point? I'm just looking past our maps here. All right, this robot's gotta go. I can't, I mean, I like him, but I'm not gonna keep carrying him everywhere I go. So that's it. I'm dropping the robot. Unless someone has an objection, speak up right now. I'd rather have the hand size. I just don't know why I'm carrying him around if he doesn't speak up and say where he wants to live. I'm throwing him away. We'll come get him some other day. We already recorded where we found him. All right, so the robot's gone, which means we can keep this extra card. All right, so now we're back to here. Jonathan wants to dig this guy up because Jonathan wants the gold unveiler. Okay. So the unveiler, the Alembic says you got to put them all together. So that's fine. We're not getting them. Okay, so dig them up takes 3 dig, 0 successes. So it's just effort. There's our 3 digs. We throw them away. We dig him up. I should take this card out so we can just use it when we need it. All right, so we've dug up some unveilers. We get a 400. There's 2. So there's 3 400 cards. We need to get these 2 and 1 more in order to get. They all come back when we recycle the past. So you have to get them all during one scenario. All right, let's see what they revealed to us. Whoa, what's this? Massive metallic device. If you'd rather go on your way, discard this. Otherwise, dig it up. You finish removing the earth, which hides the base of the device before examining it. Take a 416. If it's not available, the device is too damaged to work. Could be very heavy for us, but we're clearly doing this. So we're going to do this. We can carry something heavy. Okay, 2 cards. We do get to keep one of them. Okay, not very useful, very useful. So this one, we get to keep both these if we wanted to. Fighting, good, strength. I'm a little hesitant to get rid of our strength card because that, if we encounter a strength thing, like if we think these obstacles are going to require strength, then I'd want to keep this card. But what if they require one of these? All right, I'm going to throw away Watchful and keep Inspiration. Unveiler goes away. All right, so we've done this. We dug it up. We kept our card, and we take a 416. All right. I'm very curious to see what this is. The device, which reaches up to your waist, is mounted on a ring the size of a large plate, engraved with inscriptions on its edge. Reading them, you know it's an ancient teleportation portal. The steel is marked with the hallmark of the Machinists Guild, an hourglass in a gear wheel. Whoa, we heard about this. Oh my God, this is what the creature, is this what the robot wanted? We've heard about the hourglass and the gear wheel. Maybe it's just because we met another person in the Machinist Guild. Next to that, of the Mages of Arcanum. This must be the result of a collaboration between the city-states of Gaddle Rock and Kell, from when their leaders were still on good terms. What have we got here? This portal should be able to transport its user and anyone else they choose to any desired location. Assuming you manage to make it work. Well, we have nothing to help us with that, but we do happen to have a woman who's good at magic. So she can let us keep an extra card, so we would keep one card to get 3 successes. But she can turn flags into successes. Now that on its own is not any good for us. Huh. I mean, if we don't do this now, we don't keep this heavy thing. But we could use our, boy, I wish we could had something to use that arcane energy on. I mean, we've got lots of cards that unblock stuff. And we've got our focus, so if we wanted to, we could come get stuff. So we could unblock a card that lets us do +1. That would be pretty cheap to do. So that would let us draw 2 cards to get 3. With that, if we drew 4 or 5 cards, we could certainly succeed at that. And we could go get determination, in fact, and just get a bonus star. And in fact, if we got experience out, we could get 2 symbols that would turn into another star. So we absolutely can do this. Here is the only dilemma I have. Here's the dilemma I have. We don't want to teleport anywhere. So the question is it worth going to all this effort in order to get a 416? Can we save it for later? I'm a little unsure. I mean, you could argue that it's so cool. Jonathan says, I think we could keep the teleporter. Well, what do you think? Let's let the audience vote. This could be, it's hard to get this because we just had to find a 400. We had to find an unveiler. Let us get this. So it sounds like you guys probably want a teleporter, don't you? We absolutely can make this work. We have a bunch of glimmers of hopes. It's a mandatory, though. So actually, we can't. I'm wrong. Because we're not allowed to do another action first. So we actually can't do our Glimmer of Hope. This was the argument that Ruben or Cody was making, that we should have focused earlier because now we're not quite prepared for this. So actually, the best we could hope for, now that I realize we can't use our Glimmer of Hopes to trigger this. Oh, but we could use a your focused. Sorry, this is a modifier. Okay. So we could actually use this to get us this. That's 1 star. She lets us keep 1 card. That still isn't enough. However, we can draw as many cards as we want. So if, for example, we drew 5 cards, we'd have to be looking for question marks. That can be wild cards. And we don't know what's available for us. Like, unfortunately, in our discard deck are a bunch of our wild cards. However, we're going to refresh this. But boy, there aren't that many wild cards in here. We'd have to draw a lot of cards to have a good shot at this. We don't have this. This is down here somewhere, I think. Right. Oh, right. I was saying, maybe I was saying here. I was saying we do this to grab that. And then this lets us draw another one. I think our chances of us succeeding at this are pretty small. I suppose the only draw it to your hand, unfortunately. Okay, so the only good thing about trying this is we could draw our cards and then see if we got 2 question marks or flags. If we did, then we could use this. We'd get 1 from her, 1 from using this, and then 1 from drawing a card. But actually, oh, action deck, yes. So we could reach out and grab it. But I'll tell you why it might make sense to do it. Because we don't have to spend this until we know it's going to work. That means the only cost at trying this is maybe 6 cards or so. All right, let's try it. What the hell, right? Okay, so we're not using this yet. And then this could let us draw another one. All right, so we're going to try to do this. We're going to try to run some magic on this card. We can draw as many as we want. We need 3 successes. All right, so we're going to draw 1, 2. Let me not quite do this yet. Let me refresh our hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, and we leave 1, but we're not allowed to know which one we're leaving, I guess. Okay. So we're going to pay 6 health to revive these. This one didn't get revived. Okay. This is our action deck. Just going to shuffle it in here. Okay, this is tricky. Okay, so we paid 6 from our health to do that. So we're going down to 32. Because we're weak, we must throw away 2 cards. We're hoping these aren't question mark cards or flag cards. Okay, that's good. That improves the likelihood of our success. All right, now, here we go. What is this card doing here? Watchful. Why do I have an extra card here? Shuffle this in, but then throw one away. I don't know why I have that watchful card out. Maybe someone can remind me. Okay, so that's a flag. That's unfortunate that we lost that one because of some mistake I made. Okay, so now we're doing this action. The woman is what's letting us add 1 card. Here, let's put this here. Okay, so normally we would be able to draw 0 cards and use 0. She's letting us draw 1 and use 1. Or just use 1, I should say. We need to get 2 flags to trigger her ability. And we need to do other stuff, but let's start with this. Okay, so how many cards do we have to draw to get 2 flags or 2 wild cards? Now, the good news is the worst that happens is we just lose these cards. The other consequences are not very bad. We could even try again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards. Is 7 cards going to be enough to get us question marks? It's just a lot of cards to draw. It's a lot of cards to draw and fail it. Hey, you know what I think we do? Let's take 7 cards. I think that might be enough to do it. But I realized that actually the card we should, it's not from our block thing. Okay. Is 7 cards enough? I know this is big. Now let's try 8. Let's make sure we get it. Okay, 8 cards. So what do we need here? We need 2 flags or wild cards to get us 1 success. Then one of our cards is going to give us a second success, and then we're going to use this to pull in a card that gives us a guaranteed success. However, if it's one of the cards, if we draw that instant success, then we may be in trouble. All right, let's see it. Here we go. We need 2 flags to even have a shot at this. Well, there's 1, and there's 2. So way overkill, but we may be actually in trouble if we draw our guaranteed success card, because then we won't be able to go grab it. Let's see if we got it. That could kill us. So these are all useless to us. But, well, this could kill us. We could miss this because of that. Because these are useless to us. All right, well, she's got her 2 flags, so she contributes 1. And we can contribute 1 from one of these. That's 2 successes. We only need 1 more success. All right, so if we if we can find a card that lets us use another card, we're okay too. But if we don't find either, These don't do it. That doesn't do it. Add one of these cards to our hand. That doesn't do it. That doesn't do it. Sorry. That doesn't do it. 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 All right. Well, we failed. That was really rough. And we failed because we drew this card into our hand, into our result step, instead of leaving it to draw. Oh, that's really a shame. So if we pull this into our hand, we could look at the top 5 cards of the action deck, add 1 into our hand. That wouldn't help us. 2 symbols. Wait a minute. We can make it work. In fact, we may not even have to use this. Aha. Okay. So these are the cards we drew. Okay. So look at what we can do. 2 flags to trigger this. But look at this. Look what it says that I was overlooking. Max 3. So if we have 4 flags, she'll contribute 2. So actually, we can have her do it all. We drew 7 cards. So we did overkill now that I think about that. Okay, she's very powerful. So there's 2. There's 1 success from her. And now, oh, we didn't draw any more flags. So actually, she can't help us with the cards we drew. But we can use this now to bring back a card with her flags on it. In fact, there's only 1 to bring back that's got 2. So we're going to bring this back. All right, so we actually just barely pulled it off, thanks to her stuff. Now I just have to not mess everything up. So these are cards in our draw deck. And these are the cards we drew. Okay, I apologize for all the struggle here, but it actually was important to making this work. Okay, so she's contributing 1 from these 2. And then we pulled this back into our hand using this card, which is a 150. And then this gives another 2 symbols to her. So now she's contributing 2 successes, plus 1 of our drawn cards successes gives us 3 successes. All right. That was very tricky, but we did manage to pull it off. Took us a half an hour. What? Channel was right. Look at this. For every 2 cards you discard, we get an extra flag. So we could have done that way. All right, so Cody was right. We had another way we could do it. We could have gotten this woman, instead of using our blessing, we'd have to discard 4 cards from our hand. Okay, well, there's another way to do it. Is this power right here. All right, good catch, Cody. I'm sorry I missed that. I still think it's probably best for us to use our focus, because we've still got a hand of cards to do other stuff with. All right, let's follow these instructions now. This woman has been very useful for us, this apprentice. Hate to see what a real person is if she's the apprentice. All right, so we got 1 book that took a half an hour to accomplish, but a little bit more knowledge, and a 416 card. So the good news is that the 416 card, let's see what it says. Banish this. Okay. And our 416 card is this. The machine emits a dull hum. It works. According to the inscriptions, the first step of teleportation is utter concentration on the destination. You sit down in the center and begin to visualize where you want to go. So this is what we feared. We don't want this. We don't want this. And we have to do it now. We don't want this, and we have to do it. But we could purposely fail. Okay, let's see. If we purposely fail, apply the consequence as if the action succeeded. But you roll one die and put it into play on the card corresponding to the number of the die. What? Oh, if you would rather not use the portal, discard this. Okay, good. All right, so why did we go through all that? So if we were to do this, everything gets wiped out. And you can only go to places you know about on the map, which we only know about the Citadel. You can only go to places you have a feather about. So this was a totally worthless thing. I mean, we could return right to the Citadel and wipe all this out, but we don't want. Fort Shade, the Shell, Bloody Plains. We've been to all these places. What a waste. All right, so we're not going to use this, but what the hell does this mean? Apply the consequence as if we succeeded, roll a die, put it into play, and put into play the card corresponding to the number on the die. I see. It's just saying... I don't know why it says put into places. It's just saying we have to wipe the board, and then we end up in a random place. Cody said it'll be fixed the next time you find it. The next time we find it in this scenario, in this threat book, we've already thrown away the 416, so we fixed it once. So the next time we find it, it can jump us. This seems useless, though. I would never would have done this if it was going to be so useful. All right, so we're just discarding this into the past. In fact, it's not going to be fixed till the next scenario, but okay. All right, well, that... All right, what can you do? What can you do? You can't always know what's going on. We got rid of a lot of cards, but... oh, and this guy went away. Our little robot went away. And this unveiler went away. All right. It's almost as if that was a... I mean, that was crazy how much time that took and effort to get something we don't want. But you never know. All right, so now here we are. We're going to do our plan about trying to go home and fix the bridge, the road on the way home. If we're wrong, we got a whole path back. So we didn't do this yet, did we? Let's take out a 5. We know from our map that we want to go left. But we don't know if we're going to go here. I'm just going to flip this. You almost touch a plant covered in prickles. A cactimar? A cactier? You can't remember what the Necro Druids called it, but you remember that its juice causes hallucinations at best. The area is infested with them. When you take the flying action, all the characters on the active player's terrain must get involved. You have to get 4 successes, and you're safe. Otherwise... you take luck and you get confused if something goes wrong. At best, we don't want this. So we could try to succeed in this. Or we could just walk down here and ignore this. Let me just look at our map. There's the pumpkin. We've actually never been above the pumpkin. That would be a reason to check it out. Do we really never go above the pumpkin? Doesn't look like we ever did. So we can either walk around the pumpkin patch. I can't quite see that card behind, but I'd rather not have to get 4 successes here. And I definitely don't want to miss that. So, but on the other hand, I'm sort of curious what this card is. Maybe it's time to choose inspiration. If we choose inspiration, we could take this card. If we choose inspiration, we could take this card, which would give us 3 of the 4 successes and make us draw less cards, and then block it, just so we could see what's there. All right, let's do that for the hell of it. So I'm going to throw away inspiration. We're going to take the watchful, and I'm going to take evasion instead of accurate shot. Okay, so I used the card to grab cards from our hand. I'm going to, whoops. Isn't the card above the pumpkin patch where the bridge is? Is that what it is? Did I not pay attention to? I can't see so clearly some of the cards. Let's see. Where is the pumpkin patch? There's the pumpkin patch. It's smoke on the bridge, left. Let me just see this. It's hard for me to see certain cards here. Can you tell me if I gotta fix this to let me see this on a side-by-side view. I know it's showing on the screen. It's just my camera blocked some of it. I see the bridge here, right there. That's the bridge you're talking about. And below it is not the pumpkin patch. So I don't know where the pumpkin patch is. I mean, I see that, but it's blocked in this map. It's where the bridge starts. You mean it's this card right here, Jonathan? Is this the card above the pumpkin patch? We have been there before? All right, well, if you say that, boy, this great game has ground to a halt, but that's okay. Okay, if you say that, then I'm not gonna deliberately pass this. I'll still keep this card for the hell of it. No, I won't. Why would I do that? Why would I waste that if we're not going to do that test? Where's my card? Okay. All right, so we're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to walk here. That costs us 3 cards, though. Wow, 3 cards. All right, whatever. 3 cards. We can keep 1 if we wanted to. I don't want any of these. We go here, and then we walk here. We draw 1 card. It's fight. That's pretty good, but whatever. Okay, and then there's a 5 card. I'm counting on you being right that we've seen what that card is. Okay, there's a 5. I'm going to unveil it. All right, what is this? This does not look healthy. A shapeless mass of rotting vegetation, mold, and rotting meat crawls around, making sickening sucking noises. Well, I don't think we want to fight this. So this kind of sucks for us. This is over here. Why does this suck for us? Because to the left of the pumpkin patch is where we have to go. I really dislike that I can't see this. Okay, but assuming there's no, you can see it and I can't. I apologize for this. I'm going to fix this. But there's no singing lane on that card to the left of the pumpkin patch in your view, right? So given that, I don't think it's worth trying to fight this. Instead, let's just go do this. So I trade in my inspiration. I take the card that lets us do the look action cheaply. What a waste this is. And I take this card also, since I'm allowed to take 2. I'll throw it away instead of evasion. Now we'll do this test. It's an eye test. I'm going to use this to give us 3 successes. That's going to block. Then we need just 1 more. I'm going to draw 2 cards. There's the success we needed. We can keep 1, but we can keep up to 2. I guess I'll just keep this one here. Throw this away. Discard this card. And bring out 79. Aha! Look how important it was that I did that. How crazy is that? That card that we tried to avoid has got our bread symbol on it. A path leads between 2 plateaus. Taking it would avoid a bullocks and its wagon going on a long detour, but it would mean clearing some of the rocks and obstruct the passage first. So I guess this answers one of our questions, right? Because this path is not quite on the singing lane, and yet it's still an objective card for us. So this is right here. So it looks like this was the path we're taking, that we're going across here, then on this road, then up to here, and then through here. Okay, so that's the good news. It's actually pretty good news for us. It's our second of 3 we need to go. So if you want to go on your way, just get rid of it. No, we don't. We want to clear this. It's a strength test. We need to get 6 successes, but not all at once. It's a black die, so it's a die compound action with only 1 test. If we mess up, we get weakened. We don't want that. We don't want to. We want to try to do it in 1 shot if we possibly can, but we probably can't. However, look what we do have. We do have telekinesis, which lets us turn these guys into 4, and we get +3 if we succeed. So if we could generate enough of the arcane symbols, we could get up to 4. And let me remind you, we do have something designed for this exact thing. And what is it? It's this, the Arcanist Potion. So this would be our 4 right away for this. That would give us 4 success, these two things. That would be 4 successes. And then if we can just create 2 more on our own, not only will we succeed, but we will get a bunch of life back. So for sure, let's do it. So how many cards do we need for 2 successes? Given that we could draw an emergency, we could use this as an emergency if we needed to, or no, we can't discard this. We could this. Okay, I think we have to declare this being used right now. So there's 4. So we can't possibly afford to fail this. Otherwise, we're totally screwed. So let me take, but it's not a forced action, but okay. We're gonna need to get more health, unfortunately. 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So we're paying 6 health to recover our energy. Okay, so these go back. 6 health brings us to 26. From 32 to 26. So we're drifting downwards there. Okay. We need to get 2 successes, but we could, if we don't, draw another card. And in fact, we could do, before we do this, it's not a forced action, so we could use anything else we wanted to use. Like if we wanted to use a Glimmer of Hope right now to unblock improvise, we could before we do this action, but it feels like we don't need to. Let's save that. We might get an upgrade from that. All right, so I'm going to draw 4 cards. I'll tell you why. 3 should get us 2, but just in case, because once we use this, and we might as well keep this. Okay. 3 normally gets you 2, but let's try. Okay, so this gets triggered, and here we need, well, it's good. Actually, did we fail? We only get to use 2 cards here. So we actually only have 1 success from 2 cards. Oh, could be terrible for us. Oh, that's okay. The die will get knocked down, but we would get weak. All right, so, but we have another shot. We can use this to try to get another star card, which is what we're going to do at any time during a result step. Okay, so we're going to draw another card. We're going to discard this. We need a star on its own. Okay. Well, we got it. Now with our 2 successes on 2 cards, plus our 4 from this. What were we using with this to trigger this? What was our weapon that we were using with that? I know it was something. Strength. It was telekinesis. There we go. Okay, so we use our telekinesis from our hand on our strength test. With 4 gives us 4. 5, 6. Okay. And then these cards, looks like we should have one more card in our hand. This gives us 2 life points. So now we're up to 28. And this gets discarded. This telekinesis gets blocked. This is the card we talked about was going to be useful when we had a strength test, so that was the right thing to do. These were the cards we drew. We did 6 damage all in one shot. Path is clear. Take a 102. That's another objective. Okay. That's 2 of our 3 objectives. And then this gets banished and replaced with a 79. All right. Well, I apologize. I mean, I don't apologize. It's a shame that the game slows down. It took so much time, but it had to be done. Okay, the numerous stumps that litter the surroundings testify to logging work that has been done there. Further north, a bridge spans a wide crevasse. Okay, so that comes out. We only need 1 more, and if I'm right, which I believe I am now, we have a clear path from the quarry to here. You go across the things, you go down to this road, you come across. So a couple bit further this way is our home, and before we get there, we are going to encounter another obstacle to beat. So I think we're doing just fine. I'll put this away. I think we're doing just fine. I think we're going to encounter another obstacle on the way. This is here. We don't have to mess with that. I don't remember if I walked up here. I think I paid for it because I think it was expensive. So I think we did. Okay. We could look in here, but we don't want to. We want to be all about our business. We just took care of this. So 128 card comes out. 128. At the bottom of the steep hills, a path goes down a rocky scree that obstructs the passage. I see. This is going to be our last obstacle right here, maybe this stone. If not, we're going to be in trouble because the cart is not going to be able to come this way. But we made us clear this, so surely, well, it could have to come this way. All right, well, if we're lucky, this 140 is going to be a mission for us. It would make sense, but I'm not sure. Anything else on this card worth our attention? No. Okay, let's take a look at what this 140 is, and then we'll take a break and decide what. If this is our thing, then we're in good shape. If it's not, we're going to have to reconsider. It's not our mission. The rock of this region is of excellent quality, highly prized. So any of these things we do on a neighboring space, we get a bonus stars. When you check a building on the destiny, the Rockery Gorge can be, if the Rockery Gorge can be seen on a feather card, 1 additional building, then discard this. Well, now I'm not sure what to do. Why am I not sure what to do? Because how can we lead the cart this way if it's blocked? But how does the game know that? Maybe we could chop down trees and lay them across this. Did you draw a card to move? also keep going down the lane. I bet we keep going down the lane. I think I did draw a card to move here. I would have had to draw 3 cards to move up here, but I'm pretty sure I did. I'm not positive. I haven't moved here. I haven't moved here, but I had to. Okay, so let me, I had to actually draw 2 cards to do that. Okay, so there's 2 cards. We can keep 1. We might as well... keep this one. Let me bring this over here. Okay. I'm a little confused about what's going on here, because this seems to be very clear that we're not allowed, that something couldn't pass this way. But here's our lane. But maybe it's artificial. I also wish I had looked at this before we left. Let me just peek into here. 260. I'm just going to look and see if it's related to our mission. If not, I'll skip it. Okay, it's not related to our mission, so that's fine. All right, so Jonathan, you think that this is going to lead to our trail, and you think there's going to be another objective on the way to our trail, and we shouldn't care about the fact that these rocks are blocking off the way? I guess that makes sense, but either way, I guess we can keep doing what we said we were going to do. We'll go back to the Citadel. If we encounter objectives on the way, then we'll assume it's okay. If not, we'll have to go hunting. All right, 5.5 hours in. That's fine. We got plenty of time. Plenty of time. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back 5.5 hours in. Oh, plenty of time compared to our previous sessions. If you take a look at the map, you can see that we have rearranged things a little bit to fit. We started out here and we're making our way back, trying to go on the singing lane as much as possible, but getting off it where necessary. Hell is down here. We do have a side mission we kind of would like to do. But what we're assuming is that now that we've found the singing lane again, we should head straight to our Citadel. We need one more objective, which means we need to clear at least one more space on the road. And we're hoping to encounter that. So here we are. We're going to look over to this. Let's see what this says. You spot a promontory, which should offer an excellent view of the surrounding area. But if you'd rather go your own way, just throw this out. So if we take this test 2 and 2, very easy to do, or 4 and 2 if we're weakness. We do have a weakness, we just can't seem to get rid of it. So it's a little bit wasteful energy. Then once at the top, you spot a route that could save you time. Each involved character move their figurine to another terrain card that's connected to your terrain card by an uninterrupted series of terrain cards. Then you may discard a face down or face up exploration card adjacent to the terrain card where you are and replace it with an adventure card that belongs there. That's pretty cool, but totally useless to us at this point. Totally useless to us. Would be nice to go back somewhere. It's a very cool thematic thing, but not necessary for us. So we're just going to throw this out. Expensive for us and not necessary for us. Okay, 119. Now we're hoping to see a card for our mission, if our theory is right, and indeed, that's exactly what we found. Technically, it would let you get rid of the monster without fighting it. It's true, it would. But because we don't want to go down, I think we're okay. A plank of the singing lane gives way beneath your weight. You bend down to examine it more closely and notice that it's no longer firmly tied to the structure. The portion of the track seems particularly dilapidated, and it would take very little for a loaded carriage to fall through. Okay, let's see what we've got. If you'd rather go on your way, you just go on your way. Otherwise, you do a look or a build. Well, this is no big deal. It's a 3 on dice, so we have take as much time as we want to do it. And you can draw as many cards as you want. So it's just a matter of taking time. You repair the damage, and if you don't get all 3 at once, you lose a couple cards. No big deal. Well, nice and easy. We don't have anything to help with this. And we don't need anything to help with this. If we take 4 cards, we should be able to do it. But if we miss, I think we just take 4 cards here. We can use all 4 of them to get 3 successes all at once. And if we don't, no big deal. Okay, let's see what we got. So here's our thing we need to get 4 on. So there's 2. There's 3. There's... How many did we need? We only needed 3. Okay. Well, we got it. We don't get to keep any cards. So we knocked it down 3 all in one shot, which means it's a success. We repaired the board. We get a 49, which is the last glimmer of hope. we banish this card and replace it with the 119. So actually we didn't get an objective. I see. I should have looked at this more carefully. This looks like it's our objective, but it's not. It just gets us a glimmer. Either way, the 119 comes out. So actually, this doesn't help us get our thing. That's a shame. All right, then this is banished. Oh, actually, that didn't get us an objective. To the north, a wooden building overlooks the strata of cracked earth that rise up from sea. John says, check, Jesse. We probably would have still gotten a penalty during the epilogue if it wasn't banished. I think you're right. That's a very good point. Okay, let's see what this is. This is our inn, where we know we can rest if we want. I wish we could get rid of our weakness. Okay, well, let's go check out the inn. Maybe we'll notice something wrong with this plank, which is what we're trying to keep our eye open for. Okay, so wait, this goes out. Then we walk in here for one. We can keep this if we want. Why don't we? Now we've got, let me point out, because we need to think about this. We have now 5 glimmers of hope. Now we've been using the glimmers of hope for Lady Luck, but we can spend health on that according to the fortune teller. I think probably we should trade these in because we don't want to get another one and not be able to grab it. And upgrades are important. So I suggest we turn these in. It could be a little bit playing with fire because we could instead actually use them to get these good cards out. Actually, they're not that good. Well, they're not that good. So I'm going to suggest we turn these in. Let's just do it. We're doing well enough that I don't think we need them. So we're going to turn them all in for 99. Hopefully I won't regret that later on. Okay, these are all still blocked. That could come back to bite us, but it seems like it's going to be easy sailing now. All right, I think we need to look at this because we're trying to keep our eyes open for broken stuff. And if the worst that happens, we can rest here. I'm not even sure there's going to be a card. The 136 is going to be in here. There is a 136. It's the Red Spig Inn, which is empty. We know what this is. We know there's a number there. We went in, it's gone. So now we can sleep. So we sleep and get 4 life back. Now we're at 32. We're actually doing great on life. This gets discarded. This is still out. I guess we're going to walk into this by spending a card. Then there's a 1 here. We're going to look at it. Whoa, what's this? A glimmer on the ground attracts your attention. As you approach, you discover a sword in the dust and some mushrooms. Take the weapon. If it's on your side, take a 190. That's the Gladius weapon. If you're jinxed, it's rusty and it's too blunt. All right, what's the harm in this? I don't think we're going to eat those mushrooms. They're making me sick. And I don't think there's much to be gained from them. Just a little bit of food. I don't think we need it. So I think let's just try to pick up the weapon. Okay, so I'm going to take our 13s. Doesn't seem like much bad can happen here. If it's jinxed, we just don't get it. Question is, how badly do we want it? Okay. Lady Luck is on our side, and we get a glimmer of hope, which, remember, we just traded in those glimmers of hope because we had them all, so good work there on my part. Otherwise, it would have been a wasted thing. Okay, and now we get a Gladius 190, which we do have room to carry. It's a weight 2. That brings our total weight to 9, from 7 to 9. 8, 9. Okay. And then discard this. Okay. Then a 90 comes out. We better hope we don't get home without finding problems with the road. Ah, look at this. Thick gnarled roots surround the singing lane. Alas, it's an acravicina, a necro-druidic creation with acidic sap that can melt metal as easily as flesh. Oh boy. If you'd rather go on your way, no, this is how we're getting our objective that we need. Here we go. Now, let's see what we got here. It's a 4. It's a compound action, meaning we could take multiple tries at this. Each time we don't kill it, we just take a health. That's not so bad. Now, let's see what else it says. It's tough and 1, and it's got some special wording. So let's look at what tough is. Tough is, during each result step, ignore X successes taken into account. So we have to get one success each time it's discarded. Okay, so it's a fight. We've got weapons for that. We got hands for that. So I think we should be able to do this all in one shot, maybe. But look, you get 3 wounds even if you succeed. So where is our armor? We've got a cape. So let's go to the hand camera. Okay. We have a cape that can block wounds. That's good. And we've got our Gladius, which we just picked up. We have our hoe too, but it's a weapon. We're not going to use both of it. Jesse, do see how it blocks. Yes, I'm going to read that again. Okay, now, during each consequence step of the following action, block any cards with the keyword weapon, secondary, or armor that you have selected. Okay, so whatever we use, we can only use once. All the more reason to kill it in one shot. Or consider not using the weapon if we don't have to. So let's see what we've got here. We can use this. Nothing evades toughness, but this lets us turn 2 arcane into 2 success. Of course, if we do that, if we use them for that, then, oh, this is not for that. So this gives us 2 shrouds, though. That's pretty good. And we can turn one of them into a success. Don't have to decide to use that yet. Keep an extra card. That's pretty useful. Okay, let's do this. Let's count this as 1 success right now because we can't keep holding on to these forever. Wait a minute. We've got another Gladius? 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, we do have another Gladius. In fact, we're not even at 9 with both Gladiuses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, we are. We have 2 Gladiuses. Okay, so we might as well use this. Okay, so we're going to use the Gladius. We're going to use the cape. See if we can block it. This is going to let us keep an extra card. That's going to be 2 successes. We're going to use this. So we're definitely using this because we don't want to keep stuff in our hand forever. That's 3 successes. Get to keep 2. We should be able to get 2 successes with that. 3. Two cards should get us 2 or 3 successes. We still need another way to get a success, but we'll trigger one of these. What about this? Arcane shock blocks. I don't think we need to do that. It's not a forced fight, so we could do anything else we wanted to. If we wanted to bring back a card. Let's wait and use that for luck if we need it. I don't think we need so much help with this. 3, 4. I think we can do this fine. Okay, so we're going to use this to give us 1 success. We're going to use this to let us draw an extra, use 2 cards. Now we can use 2 cards. Oh, but 1 success is tough. I guess we got to remember that. Okay. Then we'll use stealth to get another one. Two. Three. How am I going to get my 4th? Okay, we'll use Arcane Shock. That's our powerful card because we don't have to block it. Okay, with that, we will surely get enough. Don't have to decide now. This one we're deciding now. Okay, here we go. We're using these. And we're drawing enough cards so that we trigger this if we need it. Or this if we need it. 2, 3, 4. Gonna get to keep 2. All right, I'll just take 5 cards. Surely that's enough without going crazy here. Okay, let's see what we've drawn here. Well, it would have been better if we could get 3 on 2. That's a little bit unfortunate, but we can get 2 successes with our 2 cards. That's the best we can do. Let's see what we did for symbols. So we got 2 arcane symbols. That means we can use this. That's 3 successes. 4 successes. That's, oh, and then we need 1 more, which we can use on any of our 2 cards for the extra toughness. So that's 5 hits, so we killed this. However, we used these symbols for that. But there's a shroud to trigger the cape. That's 2. So we blocked 1. That's it. Okay, so we triggered this once to block 1 wound. These are discarded. This one we used. That one they drew. Is that right? Yes. Okay. So this is blocked or... Okay. So we did our 5 wounds in 1 shot to wipe this out. 4 plus 1. Fine. Now we're supposed to take 3 wounds. We blocked 1, so we take 2 wounds, which brings us down to 30, which is completely fine. And now we have to handle all of these. So determination gets discarded. Take a 104 card. That's what's going to get us our 3rd objective. That's great. Replace this with a 90. Okay. So that's this card getting replaced over here. And this is banished. Okay. And now we have to do our upkeep here. So this card we're going to block or discard 3. So I think we keep this and we discard 3. There's 2. Unfortunately, we're going to have to heal up again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So we lose 6 life. We're down to 24. We're getting low. But I think we're almost done here. So there's our life. Let's see. You still have to block the sword and the cape from the creature effect. You've got a point there. Where did I put that? Where did I put that banished card? I did banish it. What, did I banish it in the middle? Okay, let's look at that again. Block any cards with the weapon, secondary, or armor. Yikes, I should have thought harder about that. This armor didn't... okay, well, the cape isn't armor. But the weapon was... So that gets blocked. Okay, fine. But we still have to count it as weight. Okay. That's fine. The cape isn't actually armor, which is kind of fun. We still have to check it to see if it goes away. All right, so let us do those checks now. Where is our weapon? Do we have to see if it dies first? If you roll a 1, the braid breaks. So first we should see if the gladius breaks. Okay, it didn't break. It just got banished. Thank you, Jonathan. And the cape is not armor, so it doesn't get automatically blocked. But if we roll a 1 or 2, it gets blocked. Okay, 4. So the cape is safe. It goes back into our supply. It's not great. You know, it's like real life. Capes are not that useful, but, you know, does a little bit. Some of the girls like him. All right, and I paid for our refresh, so we're okay there. How are we doing? How is the audience holding up? It is interesting that on YouTube, you can see the graph of the number of live viewers you have during a stream. And in general, it always just goes down. It does seem like when we get into these streams where we hit the 6-hour mark, it's 5 a.m. Central Standard Time where I am, at some point, we're sort of catching the morning crowd, the people who are waking up at 6 a.m. on the East Coast for their breakfast, and maybe they see something on YouTube live and they're like, what the? Feel free to say hello in the chat. It's not going to disturb anything. Okay, let's see. Jonathan says, we also have 101 and 102, but now 104. Technically, we only need 3, but it supports my theory that the road must have really gone around the southern coast by Cal. I don't know. Oh, you mean not this way through this? But it kind of has to go through here. You know what? This blocked road, we were saying you have to unblock this road. Now I see. It's talking about this is blocked. So I think if you tried to come down this way, you couldn't get the cart through. But this way, you can get the cart through. So actually, I think we have cleared a full path. But I wonder what that... I do wonder what that other objective is for. We could still hit it right now, but probably not, right? Okay, now why was I drawing 2 cards and thinking I needed to draw more? Why is that? First of all, we're weak, so we just refresh, so we have to throw away 2 extra cards because of our weakness. Now, why was I thinking I had to draw so many cards? Why is that? Jonathan says, it seems weird we skipped 103. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. But now help me solve this problem. Why was I thinking I had to draw a bunch of cards? It's not for walking. Maybe I just... No, why would I do that? Let's see. We banished this. That doesn't make us draw cards. Why was I drawing cards? There must have been a reason why I drew 2 cards and then thought we needed to draw more. Oh, because of this. Because of this. Block this or draw 3. Okay, so there's our 3 to keep this arcane shock in our hand. I think that's it. Okay, now we're going to spend 1 to walk over there. We get to keep this. Why not? Emergency fight escape. That's not a terrible idea. All right, so here we are over here. Now, do we need to... I remember what this lookout is. Do you remember what that is? It's just a rest action. But we might as well do it in case there's something different about it for this mission. Which there isn't, but let's take a look. Remaining alert, you inspect the area. It seems safe enough to take a short rest. Discard all 120s. There's only 1 of them. If there's a permanent event card shows a fight action, there isn't. This here, and this here. Okay. Discard this card immediately. Otherwise, you must take one of the following actions. We can sleep or we can think. Well, our hand is full, so I say we just sleep. But is there a card we want to take that's blocked? I mean, there are some good blocks, but it has to be a hand size. We can't unblock the weapon, but we could take... I think we should take... Oh, but then we have to throw away a card. But I wonder if we shouldn't take a card that would help us block the way if we need to. I'm going to take Improvise, throw out this stupid sneak attack, instead of taking cards. I think we're okay for health. These are blocked. Okay. Then this is done. Goes away into the past. Okay, we're going to look over here. Oh boy, what's this about? You spot a dark shape against the blue sky. The bird of prey has spotted you too. It shrieks and swoops down on you, talons bared. You must take one of the following actions. We can either dodge. We've got a card to help us dodge. In which case we take a 150. I forget what 150 is. Otherwise he catches us with his claws and does a wound. Not the worst. If we select a projectile, which we do have, we can draw 1 and get 2 successes, and we can shoot the animal and get its food. But what's the 150 card that we would get if we dodge? It's like the bird poops on us. We don't get to eat him. Our 150 is what? Blessings. 150 are blessings. Would you rather have a blessing or some food? Feels like a blessing might be better for us. Maybe it would even let us get rid of our weakness. Probably not. Although the food would let us trade it, I'm inclined to prefer although the blessings go away at the end of the game. It feels like we're almost there, so maybe we should kill it instead. Although it's easier to dodge it. But if we miss, no big deal. All right, do you want a blessing or a... I think If I knew if the blessings could get rid of her weakness, I'd rather have a blessing, but I don't think it can. 5 is food. Maybe we take food because maybe we can get that jam. Is the jam a provision? All right, let's try to shoot it just for the hell of it. So we're going to use, all right, let's go to the hand cam. We're going to use our enchanted projectile, which can turn 2 arcane into 2 successes. That would be enough if we could get those. Draw 2 less. That doesn't help us. But we have no other way to... But we could use this to draw another card. It's a mandatory action. We can't do any other preparation. But we could... I guess that's it then. We need to draw 2 of these in order to succeed. But we could draw another card. Keep another card. All right, so I'm going to draw 3. It's not the worst thing if we fail. 3 should get us 2, but it probably won't do that. Then I could use that to use 2 of them. All right, I'm going to try 4 cards. Let's see how we do here. Whoa, these are pretty bad. So we didn't get our 2 symbols, so that doesn't trigger. That means we need to get 2 on our own. Even if we use this to use 2 cards, it's not enough. What about Our Lady lets us generate arcane? For every 2 cards we discard from our hand, we can generate an arcane symbol. So actually, if we use one of these for it, and then discard, say, these 2, she can generate a 1 arcane, which gets us this. So that's 2 successes, and that's enough to do it. Okay, so we just barely pulled this out by throwing away these 2 cards. All of these were useless to us except for this 1 question mark. And this lady saved us. Again. She's been absolutely critical to our game. All right, but that costs us a lot. And now that we did this, we have to either block it or lose a card, but I think we're going to keep it to unblock it. Boy, that's cheap. These cards that say block or pay for it are really useful, that you can keep reusing them. All right, well, we beat this thing. So we get to keep one of the cards we drew, which I threw away. Let's see. Okay, well, there's Determination. That's a good card to keep. Let's see if the channel is going to tell me I did anything wrong. The channel says something smart. Technically, we should have selected her before drawing, but there's no reason why you wouldn't have selected her. Thank you for reminding me of that. It's absolutely true that we should have selected her ahead of time. I was actually thinking of that before we played, that we should have an agreement, a rule, that these should be always considered selected if we have a skill they're good at. So if we ever have a companion that doesn't have a drawback, then we're going to consider them triggered so we don't have to remember to manually trigger them. We'll try to remember, but that's a very good point. But I think the same way Ruben does. If there's no reason why we wouldn't have, then we're going to consider them selected. Okay, so we got to keep one of our cards. We kept Determination. It's giving us a little bit of food. Hopefully it's not rotten. It's just an ordinary food. However, we can eat it to get 5 cards. That's not nothing. And some people like to trade for it. Doesn't weigh anything either. And we can take 5 cards back. That's pretty good. That was a nice 3. That was actually quite a valuable fight. Guess that would be another good reason not to go for the blessing, because you don't get the 5 cards if you don't shoot it down. Okay. And then that's discarded or banished. It's temporary, so this gets discarded. All right. All right, we're doing well. 94. We're in the home stretch here. It would be nice if we had a way to get that last little objective. A plank track winds through this desolate territory. Further north, a strange stone slab looms above. That was the disc that's so hard. Okay, we tried going in there. It requires like 20 of everything. Here we go. Shall we look at this area? Maybe it's going to let us see a problem with the planks. Probably not. It's probably pointless, but we'll go ahead and do it anyway. 61, because we're looking for, we have enough objectives, but we're still checking out the road. Make sure it's as good as it can be. Plank road on stilts, wide enough for a cart, is bordered at regular intervals by stakes hung with little metal bells. The so-called stinging lane was built during the War of the Worms to warn travelers, since they had no way of detecting them. The slightest underground tremor causes the stakes deeply embedded in the ground to ring their bells and signal imminent danger. Even though the lane is now in disrepair, less reliable than your ground shiver, there's something reassuring about it being near the Citadel. Take a 152, and then you can grab a card. Okay. Well, the 152s are you're confident. Okay, that's a nice card. And then we can take a card into our hand, and then this gets banished. You never use it again. That's unfortunate. It might have been nice to do this for something else. I don't want to waste too much time here. We do have room for a card in our hand, though, so let's see. On the double, huh? I guess I'm just going to take this flight. In case we get into some emergency fight, we can avoid the whole thing. Maybe better to take inspiration. Just draw cards into our hand if we need them. Okay, these are discard. These are our hand. All right. I guess we're gonna just walk over to that. Pay 1 card for that. All right, now we're here. We can look at the disc, but we don't have to. We looked at this. Guess we should have walked on it first. And I guess we're going down, following the... Where is the... Is this... The Citadel is right to our left, so... this is a little tricky now. We could just assume the Citadel... Well, I guess I have to put out a card. So... The Citadel is here. We're going to have to return to that. But do you think we need to follow this trail back? Let me look at our slides here. So there's our Citadel. You can see on the 5th row down, 2nd column over. It's right to the left of us. It's the next card to the left. It looks like you would just go right from there onto the path. You don't need, there'd be no reason to go down and get onto the path. So I think that's it. Do we agree? Are we ready to go back into the Citadel? We've got 24 health. We've got plenty of health. We are right next to the Citadel. So let's go over our options for a second. We can go right into the Citadel. There's no more singing lane, so probably we just go right on here and that's it. There's probably nothing else to fix. We've got 3 of the objectives. That's how many we needed. We got 1, 2, and 4. 1 and 2 we got here, and then 4 we got all the way up here. So the only question is whether we think it's worth, well, there's 2 questions. One is it worth going back here and looking for another 4th objective to clear the road that we somehow might have missed? A different path through, maybe. That would make sense that, like, you could either get them this way or get them this way, but no need to clear both. I think that makes sense. So I don't think we need the 4th one, but maybe there'd be an additional benefit from getting the 4th one. The other thing we could do is, since we're doing well on health, we could just say, well, instead of finishing this mission here, we could spend another half hour doing a couple things, like trying to do that side mission by going into Kel, or coming here and checking out this thing. There's a person with the graveyard that I think we're strong enough to meet. Or we just say, look, after 6.5 hours, we've had a long enough mission. Let's just end it. Let's see what the chat is talking about. John says, 75 sale, do we have enough health? Do you want to head south to see if we could get more sheep? Do you want to peek at the card where the monster is to see if it's the objective? You mean this thing here? If this is the objective, this definitely isn't an objective because this is a random card. So I don't think that's going to be an objective. Unless you think they couldn't go through here, so they'd have to go around here. That's an interesting point. Is the game going to punish us because we couldn't go through this way? But the problem is that, I see, if they couldn't get up on this, is this our 140? Yes. So we came through this way, but I see. If we think this path is blocked, but I don't think this path is, sorry. I don't think this path is blocked. I think this path is blocked up here. Let's just look at this. Oh, it's this. Heraktis region is excellent quality. And then this card said, path goes down that obstructs the passage, I think. So one idea is, should we go back here, double back, and see if we can't get our 4th objective if we need it? The game says we need at least 3 to complete it, so maybe we just take that on their word, end the mission. Or we could come back and go this way, see if we hit another objective on the way this way. Or come back and just look at things and go into Kel, but that seems like that could take us hours. And maybe it's not worth it. Jonathan says, we got 1, we got 2, then 4. It does seem like we skipped 1. We got 4 most recently, not earliest. But we also could go down south to get a sheep with a grain. Get more sheep? I don't want to spend my sheep on the grain. I want to go to Kel with that grain. I'm going to keep that grain for Kel. Remember, Kel had a donkey or something. Ruben says, didn't the scenario say something about your production needing to be a certain number? Yeah, it certainly did, but we're well beyond that. We can take a look to make sure, though, that we're comfortable going back. So look, here's what it says. You need to have at least 3 objective cards and a total of 15 higher when you add up your provisions, your objective cards, and these buildings, which we don't have. So right now, our provision score is 11. Why did I think we had way overkill? Our provision score is 11. And then plus 6 gives us 17. So we only have to be bigger than 15, 15 or higher, and we've got 17 currently. So we have plenty of provision. We also have upgrades, which we could trigger right now if we wanted to. We've got a Hope Reborn. We just have one Hope Reborn? I guess we just have one Hope Reborn. We have one upgrade. Oh, we had, oh no. We've got 3. So we could take 3 upgrades right now if we wanted to. And really boost our skills. Or we could hold on to them. Well, let's do this. First of all, let's look at this because we're going to have to walk onto the stage. If it's something we have to fight, we might as well do it. A young woman marches in your direction. She wants to trade with us. I guess we want to trade with her because I'd love to get some more jackfruit jam to combine them. So let's just do this while the chat figures out whether you want to double back. I think logically, after 6.5 hours, we probably should just end the scenario. But I'm full of energy. I'm happy to spend another hour playing. Okay, 105. Good day, you look familiar. I saw you last time I was at the Citadel. Or what's left of it. Is everything all right? I don't know if you remember me. I'm Sable, a member of the chain. We connect people by bringing them letters, packages, and news. There's plenty of news on the road between the garrison of the Outer Edges and Fort Cutthroat. If you have 2 or more cards with barter and you want to barter, I wonder, I'd like to give her one of these weapons. What do we have? Is food a barterable item? No, it's just provisions. We've got a bunch of food. You sure you don't want food, lady? So we've got, the jam isn't even barterable items. Well, we have sack of grain, but I'd sooner kill this woman than give her the sack of grain. I guess it doesn't hurt to ask everyone we come across. You wouldn't happen to want a ring of repentance? I give it to you for free. I know it sounds bad, but it's kind of pretty. All right, we have no barter items. We can't do anything for her. I can't believe we don't have any barter items except for our grain. Okay, we can't. We could make conversation 144. Let's do that, but I'm not sure she has anything more to tell us. I'm not sure we have a 144 card to read is what I'm saying. Let's see. She's like, did I tell you the story about... I'm like, yeah, you did. All right, but maybe she didn't. Tower stands on the edge of a lake. It must be the Wait, no, sorry. Dialogue 144. Don't pay attention to that. Pretend you didn't see that. Oh, look at that. Wait a second. Oh no, that was our last That was our last thing. All right, so it doesn't match any of our scenario symbols. That was our previous one. If we've got fugitive, we read this. Otherwise, we read this. And then what was this errata? The errata for 144. The dialogue says you may read it instead of read it. Okay. So you may read the fugitive. Otherwise, roll a die. All right, so let's just talk to her about some random stuff. One. I think we got one before. If this is the same thing we already read, I'm just gonna roll again because it feels like we should get a different story. One of the members of Kel's Council of Four asked the chain to gather information about his son, who recently disappeared in the collapsing lands. His name is Hashem. He must be about 20 cycles old. If you happen to meet him, tell him his father's very worried and that he has to return to the palace of Kel as soon as possible. It's weird that it doesn't tell us to mark anything, so I guess we'll just write it in our book. Feels like a side quest, but it's not telling us. Okay, so Hashem in the collapsing lands? No, collapsing lands. That's the whole damn place. 20 years old. Tell him father worried. Return to Kel. It says a member of the chain. It makes sense in this world. You got to be passing along messages. Keep your eye open for someone. All right. So that was that. Now comes out 75, which is our way back. Citadel stands majestically. Okay, so there's our citadel completing our map. Why does it? Okay. So let us take a screenshot of this. So we have more map. All right, what does the channel want to do now? That's the question. Walk back in, go to the Citadel, or head down and see if we can't find more obstructions on the road to get 4. I'm not sure what. Or you could get upgrades, but I say we should probably save them. Or go back and spend more time looking around. Let's see what the chat has to say. Jonathan says, I'm probably just for heading into the Citadel, but I think we should see if a terrain card around the northern shore of the lake was a scenario card. Ruben says, go to the Citadel. Look at Ruben's YouTube avatar. It looks like a high-quality painting. Somehow he's got an avatar that looks very high quality. Like a Rubens painting. Okay, Jonathan says, after the epilogue, Jonathan is curious to see if there was another place to go. All right, so before we do that, I think it's how did you make it though, Ruben? Did you just like upload paintings, an AI a photo that's turned into art and then uploaded to YouTube? Whatever it is, it feels like it was handcrafted to look good at a small pixel size is what I'm saying. Okay, so the only thing I want us to consider before we walk into the Citadel, the only thing I'm a little nervous about is this right here. So we know the route we've been asked to clear. It's from the Citadel. Notice the Citadel doesn't start on a singing lane, so they're capable of taking their caravan on the rough rock for a short period. Then we're going to assume they're going on there. We've cleared this whole path. Then they're going to get to here. Okay. Then they're going to get through here, and then they go down here, they go up here, they go carefully along the shore, they cross the bridge, and then they go on the singing path up to the quarry. All looks good, except I'm a little worried about this tile. So if for some reason it's going to be mad at us for not clearing that, what would be our alternative would be that they go along this path and come up. Well, let me just look at our map here. Where do we have a map of what's below the pumpkins? It's not really there. It's not there. Doesn't look so good there. So we don't really have a map that tells us what's down to the left of the pumpkins, do we? I mean, we know eventually. That's not a good route down there, though, but do we not know what's in that down below area? Do we not know what's in this gap? I guess it's water. It looks like water. It's not going to be so easy. I don't know. But we don't know the scope of that water down there. Where the Hope Reborn cards are on that image. We've never been there. It's water. That's the sea. That's the sea. There's no way to get back home. It's ocean. It's ocean. So I don't think there's a way to get home by dipping down this way now. I think it's all ocean here. So I think we had to take this route. Although, I guess you could, even if we let them come up this way to here, then it would be blocked that way. I don't think this lets you connect here. So I think we're done. All right. Well, if we had finished this scenario an hour or so ago, maybe we would go back out. But I think we should go back in. However, we should note that we did have plenty of health. So probably we could have saved that guy from drowning. We could have explored a little bit more, not been so rushed. But this is a little bit about stamina, real life as well. 6.5 hours. How much longer are we going to play? Jonathan says, I just mean, let's look at 147 and 167 to see if they had scenario versions. Where is 167 and 147? Oh, here you want to look at? And where's the 167 card? Here. Well, I mean, I'm happy to... Sorry. Here and here, Jonathan wants to know. I don't know why our caravan would come that way. So I don't think that's going to be them. If you want to walk over there and beat this thing, I'm happy to do it. I'm also happy to head up to that bridge that's blocked that we got built. Do you want to go see what the bridge is? Where is our bridge? Where's the bridge we ran into? There. The bridge is actually just up to from where we are. Straight up is the bridge we built. Do you want to go visit that bridge we just built? I mean, we did just build it. In fact, we should, because what if he's got more work for us to do? Let's go visit that bridge, and maybe we could even tell him, shut it down, don't let an army pass. I'm going to put this here. We're going to spend a little couple minutes checking out that bridge. Let's see what we got here. Cracking sound resonates as the ground fractures between your feet as the rift spreads before you. Try to stay calm. If we don't beat this, we can do as many cards as we want. We would get wounded, and it's a thinking action. So let's see if we can't do this very quickly. I'm going to bring this woman into it because she's good at thinking. She lets us keep an extra card. We don't need that, but she could give us success. She's not very helpful at this. Okay, but we don't need her help. We just need to get 3 successes. But we can't afford to lose, and we've got plenty of energy. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just playing it super safe because we don't want to get weakened. So there's 3 successes right there. We don't need her. In fact, we didn't get any help from her, but there you go. Okay. Now we're not confused, so you're fine. You go back home. Okay, we hold our nerves and we walk away. Fine. Okay, we're walking up to this bridge is what we're doing. We built this bridge at the beginning of the scenario. We sent the team out, so I'm very curious to see what this bridge looks like. A mountain rises to the west of a wide crevasse. It's the first of an impassable chain, the name of which escapes you. Boulders the size of houses are broken from its slopes and tumbled down. You distinguish a cave in the rocky face. Okay. What happened when we went in the cave? Can someone remind me? I know we couldn't go any further into it. Okay, this goes here. And isn't this the bridge? I'm going to walk on there for 1 card. I think that was the bridge to, or is it here? I'm pretty sure it's straight above. I'm going to spend the 2 cards, which is what this is here, to look. This should be our bridge here. 141. Yeah, here's our bridge. The bridge palace, which now crosses the deep crevasse, is guarded by several men-at-arms. Halt! You'll have to pay the toll if you want to cross the bridge palace of His Eminence Beryld Soberpout of Allenrock, warns the oldest guard. Toll? What toll? I helped build this bridge. What don't you understand? If you want to pass, you have to pay. If you want to take the following action, you must return 2 cards with barter, or 1 if your score is 8 or higher, which it is. So we can't even cross it without giving a barter item. Well, that's good to know for the future. So it's good we explored this. And we are allowed to cross it, but we need barter. Okay, so let's just make a note on our items that you need 1 barter to cross road north. Keep that in mind. Might be a good reason for us to build a market. All right. Well, we just got to leave that there. Maybe we'll leave this card out so that we can take a screenshot of it. So we don't have to remember. We can refer to it. All right. Back we go to our Citadel. So we're walking here for 1. We're walking here for 1. The Citadel is 77. That's our Citadel. And we're ready to get our epilogue. So we're just going to put this right there. we're ready to end the game and get our epilogue. So that's our map of today's session. Pretty serious, nice, very different shape than our previous maps, which have tended to have been more portrait oriented. Now we are going to take our last break. Then we'll come back. We will read the epilogue. However, you now have 8 minutes to decide if you think we're making a terrible mistake somehow and that there's something else we should do before we head back. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back for our last session. We're talking about heading back into the Citadel. A little bit quick discussion in the channel was, all right, maybe we'll just peek down here to make sure that in 108 there isn't something. I was remembering that down here we dug up the ballista, and then when we searched again, we found some other stuff. I can't remember, though, if we left it because it was too difficult. So maybe we go this way and check out 108, which Jonathan wanted to look at, and maybe if there's armor here. So I'm going to look in here. Whatever there is here, we'll try to take care of this quickly. Discard a, if we're jinxed or if we fall. Or this, you take great care where you place your feet. Take a 150 card and discard this. 2 cards to get 3. Let's just try to do this stuff very quickly here. So I'm going to do this looking thing. I'm going to use this to get us 1 success. I'm going to draw 3 cards. I have to shuffle these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we go down in health. Just going to try to do this very quickly. We go down to 18. We shuffle these up. We don't care about them. We draw 4 cards to get 2 success on 2. So here we are. That's plenty. So these get discarded. This gets discarded. We got more than enough. We take a 150, which is that we're focused. We can return a confused. We don't care about that. That does nothing for us. We discard this. Okay. That brings out an 81. If we did leave some armor here, sure would be nice to pick it up. So it was here. I'm having a hard time seeing that. Okay. It was here. This is where the armor was. So I'm going to walk in here. We're going to look at this on this area as well. This is the card Jonathan wanted to look at. This is the card I wanted to look at. I'm spending a card to walk over there. We could keep it. We might as well. Okay, then we're going to look at 160. This is where the armor was. I can't remember if we left it there or not. Look, it's a gold card. It is the armor. Take a 13. If Lady Luck is on your side, take a 299. Okay. Take a 13. Sorry, I'm getting a little punch drunk here. Okay, this is over here somewhere. Okay. The 13 we drew was jinxed. We're going to pay our Glimmer of Hope to get rid of that and consider it a success. That's our fortune teller hut that let us do that. And so Lady Luck is on our side. We take a 299 card, which is a big giant sword. It only breaks on a 1. So it's identical to this, except it's max 3. Otherwise, it's the same. We might as well take the sword instead of the stupid Gladius. I think that brings us over our hand limit. So I'm going to discard the Gladius. We don't need so many of them. I'm just going to discard this 190. We get one at the beginning of every mission anyway. So there's our 190. Let's look at this one. Does this say banished? No, as long as there's a 299. Okay, so then there's this card that comes out. That's fine. We can use her to do it. She lets us draw a card. We're going to draw 3 cards. We got a success. That's fine. She lets us keep one. She lets us do it. So that's fine. That goes away. You did your job. And here was the card Jonathan wanted to see, 108. So it's not mission specific. It's here, this path. There's nothing to do on this path, and here's the water. So we have fully checked on this path. We were looking for another obstacle. We didn't find it. So we're going back to the Citadel now. I'm walking there. Now we're doing this. So here we go. We're heading up to the Citadel. And we are reading the epilogue. So let me just fully zoom out as much as we need to take another screenshot. Okay, epilogue time. So we head up and we go to the epilogue. God help us if we need more objectives. Okay. Clear space here so we can read properly. There is one more thing we could do before we advance to the full epilogue, which is we have 3 Hope Reborn upgrades we could use if we think they're important. Okay, so when we return to the Citadel, we're going to try to convince the henchmen to switch sides. We made sure the singing lane is passable. We've got 3 objective cards. 1, 2, 3. Okay. If we add up our provisions and 2 for each objective, we've got 17. That is higher than 15, so we are going to be able to try to do this. Here's the epilogue. If you have 2 objective cards or fewer, read conclusion A. Otherwise, add up this. 15 or higher, read conclusion B. Otherwise, conclusion A. So we've got 2 conclusions for bad situation and B, which is what we've succeeded. Okay, now before I turn to this and start reading, normally we save our upgrades for the beginning of the next session or after we read the upgrade. Is there any reason you think we should use these now instead? It feels like we have enough to production. It feels like we have enough production. But if it makes all the difference to being able to convince people, it wouldn't be crazy if the game didn't say, hey, if you have this production, this many people join, otherwise less. So you could make the case that we should try to bunch up our production. We've got 3 of these. If we used even one of them, we could go up by 4 or 2 and 2. If we're going to do these, and for sure, then you could make the case we might as well do it ahead of time. If we wanted to get our production up max high, we would go where? Like here. Sorry, you can't see. We could go here, upgrade production 2, and then because of our guild, something else could go up too. We've got 2 places we could go. We could spend 2 of them and really bunch up everything, but that seems maybe overkill. Jonathan says it's up to me. It seems a shame to have these cards and not use them. It's just we don't know. Okay, here's what I think we should do. I think we should spend at least 1 of them to do an upgrade. So I'm going to spend at least 1 of them. If we're going to do it, we might as well do it now. I'm going to bunch up this one here. Citadel, this one, which gives us 2. So I'm going to go on production up to 13. And then 2 more for defense. We may not need defense now, but we may need it soon. Better to do it now. And maybe keep the other 2 Hope Reborns for when we know what we want. Okay, I think that's fine. That seems like a reasonable compromise. All right, here we go. We're reading conclusion B on page 20. You could see making a house rule as well if we needed to use those upgrades. Let's see, though. Let's see. They're coming, the lookout shouts. As Rilda's troop approaches, the members of the community run to equip themselves with whatever weapons they can grab before racing to their posts, ready for battle. The soldiers, some of whom are visibly exhausted, are reluctant to launch an assault. From the top of the embankment, you take advantage of this hesitation to convince them to join you by promising them a gentler life without a tyrannical commander to fear. Seeing that your speech has shaken the resolve of her men, Rilda starts to scream. Bunch of runts marinated in coward sweat. I'll have you hung from a guillotine if you don't attack. And who's going to carry out your orders? Replies one of her former henchmen. Your reign as an apprentice despot ends here. Run, Rilda, run before we cut you to pieces. Faced with the growing hostility of the troops, Rilda flees without a second thought. The soldiers have come to swell your ranks. They will be able to help in the vegetable gardens and reinforce the camp's defenses. If other hostile bands are scouring the collapsing lands, they will think twice before coming after you. +3 defense, +3 provision, take 299 cards. All right, so 2 more Hope Reborns. Now we've got 4 to spend. +3 defense, +3 provision. And then we're ready to head out. What is this? Why is there a conclusion C? That's weird. There's nothing that sends you to conclusion C. We'll have to look at that in a second, but let's do the other stuff. +3 and +3 and +3. +3 to our production. 1, 2, 3. Wow, we're already getting close to maxing this out. I have a feeling we may need to up our defense before we're finished. Okay, and then I don't understand. So we didn't need extra. We didn't need extra stuff. We read conclusion B, and then it says go to page 27. '27 says, ready to set off again. Return all objective cards. Discard all your hand cards. We finished that. And then when we're ready to go, we go. We're exhausted. The weird thing is that this mission, Bread and Cares, here's the epilogue. I want you to see this. The epilogue says, if this is true, read conclusion A. Otherwise, conclusion B. A says some various stuff for fighting. There's B. Why is there a conclusion C? That's so strange. I don't see how you could have gotten to that. Well, maybe that's a mystery for another day. All right, so we're going to end this here after 7 hours. we are going to remember that we have 4 upgrades to spend before we actually start our next mission. But we'll tackle that when we start our next session. In Discord, Jonathan and I will probably be talking about what to spend these on. If you just want to help you think about it, remember that they have to be spent in this path. So it has to be a path here for 4 upgrades. So we could upgrade our community stuff now, maybe get our book level up to 10 or higher. Or we could get some feathers. Feathers don't seem that useful, to be honest. Or we could try to push our way to one more of these numbers. Nice thing about the numbers is once you learn what they are, you could go get them on a future mission, future threat even. So there's some real long-term value to getting some of these numbers. But okay. Another exciting adventure, real exploration. This one felt a little easier, not quite as threatening as our previous ones. Maybe we're just getting better or more cautious. I thank you for joining along with me. I'd love to hear your thoughts if you somehow managed to watch this, especially if you played this case on your own, did something different. I'd love to hear it. It's going to be difficult to leave your comments because YouTube has completely fouled up the layout. Now you have to close the chat, open up comments, big pain. Hopefully they'll reverse course soon. Thanks to everyone. Any thoughts? Anyone else want to add anything? Isara says it was exciting. The lizard was exciting. We played very nicely here. The only thing that I feel a little bad about is we didn't rescue that drowning man. But people on the 7th Citadel world seem to drown quite a lot. So I think we're going to have more chances to help some drowning people. This time that robot followed us all over, but we eventually had to ditch him. I think soon we're going to be ready to go to Cal with that bag of grain, and get ourselves an animal. All right, a pleasure as always. Stay tuned to the subscribe and click to get notifications of the channel to see when our next playthrough of the 7th Citadel will be. Or you can join our Discord or join the Board Game Geek Guild forum section for this channel, where we do most of the planning for what games to schedule when. I think soon, this weekend or next, we'll try to do a marathon daytime weekend day and try to play some shorter games, maybe a Sherlock Holmes consulting detective case or 2. I'll see you next time.